nice and mellow, nice and easy.
Daley. Meadhbh Fitzpatrick. And Kate O'Keefe. Thank you guys. We'll have you back at the break.
We're waiting on Jim.
Oh, we don't wait for Jim. Jim he's losing his mind about not having coffee here. We did order coffee, but it wasn't on the catering truck, so I apologize to everybody. There is coffee downstairs, however. Americano, latte, anything you would want, and we'll have a break here in a bit. Thank you all for coming. I have a special treat for you today. To begin this auspicious event, I've asked Ronan Sheehan to help me with a reading. Ronan's mother was A.D. Curran, a direct descendant of John Philpott Curran, and you'll be hearing from him later in our event regarding the attempt to free Wolfe Tone. But for now, we're welcoming Ronan as an Irish history savant and a classicist who is of some renown, and I think you'll appreciate what will follow. I'm going to create some context here, folks. Most of you know that this is a very important building in the history of United Irishmen, of Wolfe Tone, and all of the related parties. This is a passage from an 1851 book reflecting upon events in 1791 here in Dublin. A visitation was held in Trinity shortly before the outbreak of the rebellion in 1798 for the purpose of investigating and punishing treasonable associations existing in the college. This visitation was one of the most important ever held in the university, and it ended in the expulsion of no less than 19 members of the college. But perhaps the most extraordinary circumstance connected with it was the searching investigation failed in discovering, or even affording the least clue to discover, the authors of the act, which was the immediate cause of the visitation being held. We have been favored with a posthumous manuscript of a gentleman who was himself a witness and an actor in some of the stirring events which took place at this stirring time, from which we extract the following curious particulars. We've omitted the mention of a few names and allusions to living persons which might possibly be painful to them. Ronan?
Thanks very much, Bill. It's a pleasure and an honour to be here to contribute to this event. Bill said some very nice things about me, so I have to reply to that. Cardinal Newman's definition of a gentleman was someone who puts other people at their ease. That's Bill. I entered college in the year 1791. A year rendered memorable by the institution of the Society of the United Irishmen. They held their meetings in an obscure passage called Back Lane, leading from Cornmarket to Nicholas Street. The very aspect of the place seemed to render it adapted for cherishing a conspiracy. I think it still does. It was in the locality where the tailors, skinners, and curriers held their guilds, and was the region of the operative democracy. I one evening proceeded from college and found out Back Lane, and having inquired for the place of meeting, a house was pointed out to me that had been the hall in which the Corporation of Tailors held their assemblies. I walked in without hesitation, no one forbidding me, and found the society in full debate, the Honourable Simon Butler in the chair. I saw there, for the first time, the men with the three names who were now become so familiar to the people of Dublin. Theobald Wolfe Tone, James Napper Tandy, and Archibald Hamilton Ronan. Excuse me? Marky, tissue. Sorry about this. The first was a slight, effeminate... Thank you very much. Sorry, excuse me for this.
Take your time.
The first was a slight, effeminate-looking man with a hatchet face, a long aquiline nose, rather handsome and genteel-looking, with lank, straight hair combed down on his sickly red cheek, exhibiting a face the most insignificant and mindless that could be imagined. His mode of speaking was in correspondence with his face and person. It was polite and gentlemanly, but totally devoid of anything like energy or vigour. I set him down as a worthy, good-natured, flimsy man in whom there was no harm, and as the least likely person in the world to do mischief to the state. Tone's character justified the opinion of the young physiognomist. A more shadow, flimsy, peevish creature than he appeared to be did not exist. The only wonder was that the son of a bankrupt coachmaker of an ancestry distinguished for levity and folly, whose splenetic patriotism originated from the disappointment of his boyish fancy for piracy, could have been the cause or origin of an association which expressed a powerful interest in the country. Tandy, I beg your pardon. Tandy was the very opposite looking character. He was the ugliest man I ever gazed on. He had a dark, yellow, truculent looking countenance, a long, drooping nose, rather sharpened at the point, and the muscles of his face formed two cords at each side of it. He had a remarkable hanging down look, and an occasional twitching or convulsive motion of his nose and mouth, as if he was speaking at something on the side of him while he was speaking, as if he was snapping at something on the side of him as he was speaking. Not so Hamilton Rowan, subject of a wonderful biography by my friend Fergus Whelan. Here's here somewhere. He's too shy. He's so shy. There he is. Okay. I thought not only the most handsome, this is Hamilton Rowan, but the largest man I had ever seen. Tone and Tandy looked like pygmies beside him. His ample and capacious forehead seemed the seat of thought and energy, while with such an external to make him feared, he had a courtesy of manner that excited love and confidence. He held in his hand a large stick and was accompanied by a large dog. I had not been long standing on the floor, looking at and absorbed in the persons about me, when I was perceived, and a whisper ran around the room. Someone went up to the president and then turned round and pointed to me. The president immediately rose and called out that there was a stranger in the room. Two members advanced and, taking me under the arm, led me to the president's chair, and there I stood to await the penalty of my unauthorized intrusion. I underwent an examination, and it was evident that my entrance was not accredited, but that I was suspected as a government spy. The battalion of testimony, as it was called, was already formed, and I was supposed to be one of the corps. I, however, gave a full and true account of myself, which was fortunately confirmed by a member who knew something about me and was ultimately pronounced a harmless jib and admitted to the honour of the city. I think that's it.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Oh my God, the least likely person to do harm to the state. That is something else. Well, welcome everybody. We're going to have two sessions here in Dublin. This is the first one. Yesterday we were in Belfast in the Athens of the North with all the heady folk, and now here we are. We had a great time. It was well attended, and the messages were all well received, so I'm hoping that we can continue that momentum today. But we're here on the 225th anniversary of Wolfe Tone's death. I'm going to be your host today. My name is Bill Atkins. My mother was Mary Louise Tone. She was brought up in Niagara Falls, New York. Her father was Frank Jerome Tone Sr., and he wrote the history of the Tone family in 1944. It's a genealogical publication that he oversaw and actually did half the research on. There are many passages in that book, and all of us in the family have it, that are dedicated to Wolfe Tone. So we grew up being familiar with his letters to Matilda at the end and things like that. But we had a bunch of blank spaces we needed to fill in, so that became my job. Today, Tone remains a most consequential historic figure whose life, career, and achievements still resonate strongly. His doctrine of citizenship, the common name of Irishman, remains as urgent as ever. But before we get started, I'd like to recognize some people who are instrumental in making this event a reality. First of all, the Wolfe Tone 225 Commemoration Committee. I'd like to raise your hand and stand up if you'd like. Fergus Whelan in the back of the room. Sylvie Kleinman here in the front row. Jim Smyth here in the front row. Ultan, where are you? Ultan Gillen. Katrina Kennedy, there you are, and Tim Murtaugh. Where are you, Tim? Thank you. At Taylor's Hall, John and his crack staff have put us in a position to succeed here today because you couldn't have picked a better building or a better day, and I am happy. In addition to that, I have my wife, my son Nick, I have my daughter Becca, and my first cousin Wolfe Tone, and his son Whittier. So let's get right to the reason we're here, is to hear from the top scholars about Tone's achievements and his failures, to gain a better understanding of why 2 1/4 centuries later his words still ring true, and his accomplishments beg comparison to the greatest human rights activists and emancipators of all time. I'd like to introduce the chair of the first panel, who will introduce you to his panel members. Jim Smyth is a professor emeritus at Notre Dame University. His vast catalog of papers, publications, and books on Irish history and British history most notably include The Men of No Property, Irish Radicals and Popular Politics in the Late 18th Century, Cold War Culture, Intellectuals, the Media and the Practice of History, and the Remembering of the Troubles, contesting the recent past in Northern Ireland. So without waiting any longer, let's bring the panel up with Jim. I wasn't going to put it to you.
I wouldn't prefer. I mean, I'm not speaking, but
I know. Would you want to take it?
I would have gone to deal with it. If I ever speak.
Let's do it. It's right here.
Okay, go on.
No, it's right here.
I could just get 2 bits of business out of the way first, and that is that the third contributor on this panel, Brandon McSibna, most unfortunately, will not be here today. He had to cancel for family reasons. And the second one, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not the committee here. But Wolfe Tone, of course, is an alumnus of Trinity College Dublin. And Trinity College Dublin, at the minute, is soliciting suggestions for the renaming of the Berkeley Library. And I would like to suggest to you, my own suggestion is Berkeley Library 2, the final apocalypse. But I would suggest that, and everyone is eligible to vote, that you should put in a vote for one of the most distinguished alumnus of the college, Theobald Wolfe Tone. Right, so first in order here is our plenary speaker, Professor Tom Bartlett, late of Aberdeen, UCD, Galway and Queen's Belfast. It's a great pleasure to introduce Tom. He is far and away one of the premier historians of his generation, and he hails from an extremely talented, if somewhat problematic at times, cohort. And he is the general editor of the Cambridge 4-volume History of Ireland. He's the sole author of his own History of Ireland. He's written on the Catholic question in the 18th century, military history of Ireland, and so on and so forth. But I would say, to my mind, he is at core a 1790s man, and he has edited an edition of Tone's writings and produced a small and very stimulating biography. And I just might as well say it, he's the voice of sanity on the question of Tone. And some 25 years ago today, in a quite similar setting, he asked the outrageous question, was Wolfe Tone a Republican? And so, without further ado, I wait to see if he's revised his opinion.
Thanks, Jim, for that sort of introduction. Just wait while I get myself sorted here. The first few things I've written down here are sheer effrontery, arrogance, naivety, hubris, chutzpah, not, I hasten to add, directed at Theobald Wolfe Tone, but rather directed at myself to undertake a keynote lecture on Tone before an audience containing a very large number of experts on the man, his career, his family, his achievements, his failures, and especially his legacy. My justification and explanation is quite a simple one. I was asked to speak, and the general rule of my life is that if I'm asked to do something, and I can do it, I'm free to do it, I will do it. So here I am. Theobald Wolfe Tone was born in 1763. The date is significant, and I will return to it later. In an autobiographical fragment written in 1796, at a time when he was about to embark in a business within a few days, the event of which is uncertain, he meant nothing less than the descent on Ireland with a French fleet. He quickly skips over his childhood years, touches briefly on his time in Trinity College, picks up the narrative in July '85 with his courtship of Martha Witherington, aged 15, when, to the fury of her family, we ran off together and were married. A child, Maria, quickly followed. Now, marriage had rendered Tone ineligible for a fellowship at Trinity, and he now decided on a legal career. He left, some might say abandoned, his wife and Maria to his family's protection, and moved to London in early 1787 to enroll as a student at law on the books of the Middle Temple. But legal study bored Tone stiff, and his mind soon wandered to the theatre, to schemes for a military colony in the Sandwich Islands, now Hawaii, plans for an insurrection in Spanish colonies in South America, to journalism, to writing a novel, Belmont Castle duly appeared, co-authored with Richard Jebb and Thomas Radcliffe, to adventures with the fair sex even, perhaps even enlisting in the East India Company's army. In short, to anything but law. At length, having fulfilled his residence at the Middle Temple, Tone returned to Ireland in December 1788 and was called to the bar in July 1789. For a time he practiced on the Leinster circuit, but as he recalled, I soon got sick and weary of the law, and in any case, politics and pamphleteering beckoned. A pamphlet in defence of a new political association, the Whig Club, was published in 1790, but it had little impact. It was, wrote Tone with typical candour, barely above mediocrity, if it rose so high. Now, his next pamphlet is interesting. It was prompted by a threat of war between England and Spain in the summer of 1790. In the event war was averted. This was entitled Spanish War, ! An inquiry how far Ireland is bound of right to embark on the impending contest on the side of Great Britain. Now, this was an altogether more assured performance than the previous effort. In it, Tone dismissed any notion that Ireland had an obligation to follow Great Britain to war, or that an injury or benefit to one is an injury or benefit to the other. And he ridiculed the idea that Ireland shared in British military triumphs. What are the victories of Britain to us? They're nothing. The name of Ireland is never heard. For England, not our country, we fight and die. It was also in 1790 that Tone encountered Thomas Russell, and the two men became quickly firm friends. Russell was a half-pay army officer who'd been commissioned as an ensign in the 64th Foot, then stationed in Belfast, which was a largely Presbyterian town with a population of around 18,000. Russell travelled north to join his regiment. It was to be a fateful move, for under the influence of the French Revolution, Belfast was then seething with political unrest. Reformers there, who had failed in their attempts to secure parliamentary reform in the mid-1780s, were planning a new campaign with the same objective. However, the Catholic question, the question of Irish Catholics being admitted to the political arena, being admitted to the Constitution, the single issue in which previous reform movements had foundered, was still bitterly divisive. Russell, perhaps recalling some of Tone's views in this topic, asked his friend to suggest some appropriate resolutions for consideration at a volunteer parade in Belfast on Bastille Day, 14th of July 1791. On 9th of July, Tone replied, enclosing his resolutions, but he also declared privately to Russell that despite these resolutions about parliamentary reform and so on, his unalterable opinion was that the bane of Irish prosperity is the influence of England, and that separation from England would be the regeneration of this country. Tone's resolutions were essentially ignored, and by way of a riposte to this snub, he resolved to become, as he put it, a red-hot Catholic. And he sat down to write what probably became the most famous pamphlet in Irish history, an argument on behalf of the Catholics of Ireland, published in August 1791. I am a Protestant of the Church of Ireland as by law established, a mere lover of justice and a steady detester of tyranny. Then, his credentials established, he proceeded to point out forcefully to his readers that not only were Catholics capable of liberty, but there could be no liberty for anyone in Ireland until Irishmen of all denominations united against the boobies and blockheads that governed them and sought parliamentary reform. The pamphlet had a great impact. It quickly ran through a number of editions, and within 3 months, 6,000 copies had been sold, and a further 10,000 were printed in 1792. It was distributed widely, not just in Ireland, but further afield. The noted English reformer Joseph Priestley tried to buy 6 copies, while Dublin Castle, for its part, ever alert, quickly obtained a copy and sent it to London with the comment that it was a pretty specimen of the sentiments of Irish reformers. But the work's novelty, as Tone's biographer Marion notes, should not be exaggerated. The notion of a united front of all denominations in Ireland pursuing parliamentary reform had been sort of the conventional wisdom in advanced reformist circles since the early 1780s. William Drennan, Joseph Pollock had both been skirting or flirting with the idea for some time, so too had William Todd Jones. There were signs of elements within the Ulster Presbyterian Church who were looking afresh at Irish Catholics in the light of the activities of French Catholics. Having said all that, though, it was Tone's achievement to bring to a precise written form ideas and arguments that had been hitherto in the air. And it was his argument that broke the logjam holding up the development of a coherent reform strategy. His hard-hitting prose, skillful arguments, his deft switches from defendant to prosecutor, his compulsive rhetoric, and indeed the evident passion which infused the pamphlet, all so different from his first work barely a year earlier, presented a formidable case, and one that in effect went unanswered. Tone had managed the difficult feat of appealing not only to the hard-headed, pragmatic dissenter eager for parliamentary reform, but also to those Presbyterians who saw in the fall of the French monarchy the beginnings of a fulfillment of a prophecy that would conclude with the fall of the Antichrist and of Catholicism itself. Both groups, sometimes dubbed New Light and Old Light respectively, were invited to take part in the crusade for reform in cooperation with Irish Catholics. On the publication of his pamphlet, Tone was invited to Belfast to take part in the setting up of yet another new political club. On 11th of October 1791, in the company of Thomas Russell, who had earlier resigned his commission, Tone arrived there. Tone began to keep a diary of his trip to Belfast, supposedly, allegedly, to keep his wife apprised of his activities there. From his journal entries of his stay there, he and Russell seem to have spent most of their time drinking or recovering from the effects of overindulgence. The impression is not altogether misleading. Tone was an intensely social being who loved conviviality and relished debate fueled by alcohol, and Russell was a kindred spirit. But there was a serious side to all the dining, late nights, and general junketing, for Tone was becoming acquainted with the advanced radicals of Belfast, and as the drink flowed, he was learning of the difficulties that lay in the way of fulfilling the aims of the Society of United Irishmen. This society had been convened on the 14th of October, held its inaugural meeting a few days later. Tone quickly established his authority over the proceedings, suggesting a new name for the society. He preferred United Irishmen to the Brotherhood, and drawing up its resolutions, which were a tougher version of the July ones, and penning its declaration calling for an equal representation of all the people in Parliament. On the 27th of October 1791, Tone left Belfast and returned with Russell to Dublin, where they planned to set up a Dublin Society of United Irishmen. But after the heady days of debate and imbibing in Belfast, Dublin was a bit of a letdown. The Dublin United Irish Society was duly constituted in November, and while Tone was active in his proceedings, he was by no means the moving force. James Napper-Tandy, a long-time radical in Dublin politics, took the lead, and he shared the running of the society with William Ronan, whose pen now began to turn out a stream of publications to propagate the cause of the United Irishmen. Tone became secretary of the society, but this was a supporting role, and he appears to have grown bored. All in all, after his triumph in Belfast, it was emphatically not the homecoming that Tone had hoped for. There were other pressing worries. Matilda was expecting their third child, William, duly born in April '92. Little money was coming in from Tone's legal work, and his unsigned contributions to the United Irish paper, the Northern Star, may not have been remunerated. Without doubt, Tone was at a low ebb in his fortunes, when in July 1792 he was appointed, in succession to Edmund Burke's son Richard, Assistant Secretary to the Catholic Committee, with a handsome salary of £200 a year. Tone's writing had been well received by the more radical members of the Catholic Committee, principally John Keogh and Richard McCormick, and they could see positive advantages in having him as, in effect, secretary to their committee. They were replacing Richard Burke, Edmund's son, with Theobald Wolfe Tone, and in doing so, the Catholic Committee was clearly committing itself to a much more aggressive policy on political rights for Irish Catholics. Richard Burke and Edmund Burke had, by and large, stood for maintenance of the existing order, hostility to any Catholic-Presbyterian alliance, and hatred for the principles of the French Revolution. It was notorious that Tone stood for the reverse of all of these. The period April '92 to April '93, when Tone was in fact agent for the Catholics, there's a strong claim to being regarded as among the happiest times of his life. He was active in organising the election of delegates to the Catholic Convention to be held in Dublin in 1793, and he was part of the delegation who went to London to lay their petition calling for political rights for Irish Catholics before King George. A major concession was duly delivered in 1793, but Tone was not satisfied. He dismissed the right to vote, which is what they got, without the right to sit in Parliament if elected, as, quote, partial and illusory. He lost his job when the committee dissolved itself. Now, at this time, relations between Britain and revolutionary France were at breaking point, and war was declared on the 1st of February 1793. With the outbreak of war with France, Dublin Castle instituted a crackdown on Irish reformers who had professed admiration for the French. And by the end of the year, the United Irishmen and the reform movement were in disarray. In quick succession, the holding of elected conventions was banned, and a number of United Irishmen were hauled before the courts on charges of seditious libel. Moreover, Tone's personal situation showed no signs of improvement. He had few legal briefs, and a new addition to his family, Frank, born June '93, added to the financial pressure he was under. Not surprisingly, he began to consider leaving Ireland and seeking his fortune elsewhere, possibly in the US. In April '94, the Reverend William Jackson, a clergyman of the Church of England and of Irish parentage, a secret agent in the service of the French government, arrived in Dublin to sound out the prospects for a French invasion of Ireland. A meeting was arranged between Jackson and Archibald Hamilton Rowan, who was then in prison, and Tone was soon brought into the discussions. At Rowan's request, Tone agreed to draw up a document detailing or outlining the situation in Ireland. In this hastily composed memorandum, he wrote that the Presbyterians and the Catholics could be relied upon to rise up against England if they saw any force sufficiently strong to resort to. The Presbyterians are the most enlightened body of the nation, steady Republicans, devoted to liberty, and through all the stages of the French Revolution have been enthusiastically attached to it. They were enemies to English power from reason and from reflection. By contrast, the Catholics, the great body of the people, are in the lowest degree of ignorance and are ready for any change because no change can make them worse. In conclusion, he stated, there seems little doubt, but an invasion in sufficient force would be supported by the people. In April 1794, Jackson was arrested at his lodgings on a charge of high treason and his papers seized. The case against Jackson was a relatively strong one, for he had been under surveillance for some time, from the time he left France, in fact, and travelled through England, and his letters had been intercepted. Tone was undoubtedly compromised, and to head off a prosecution, he entered into a compact with Dublin Castle. They would make a statement explaining his role in the Jackson affair, but he would not reveal confidences or name names or give evidence in court. He would merely confirm what the government already knew about Jackson and his mission. In return, he would not stand trial, and he would undertake to remove himself out of the kingdom to America. The 20th of May 1795, Tone and his party, which included not only Matilda and the children, but also his younger brother Arthur and his sister Mary, left Dublin for Belfast, whence they were to embark for America in some 3 weeks' time. Before Tone left Dublin, he had held discussions with Thomas Addis Emmet and with Russell, and had revealed his plan to make his sojourn in America a very brief one, and to set off instantly for Paris and apply in the name of my country for the assistance of France to enable us to assert our independence. He received significant support for this course of action from the Belfast radicals on his arrival in that town. Before he left Belfast, Tone and his friends visited MacArt's fort high up on Cave Hill, overlooking Belfast, and there they swore never to desist in our efforts until we had subverted the authority of England over our country and asserted her independence. A day or two later, 13th of June 95, the Tone party boarded the Cincinnatus and sailed to America. As we shall see, Tone quickly came to hate America, detest her politics, and as he saw it, George Washington's craven subjection to British demands, and he pestered the French representative in Philadelphia, Pierre Adet, for a letter of introduction to the Directory in France. Once he obtained this, he set off under the alias James Smyth for France, landing at Havre de Grace in February 1796. His mission, to persuade the French to launch an invasion of Ireland. On his arrival in Paris, February 96, Tone presented his credentials to the American ambassador and future president of the US, James Monroe, then made his way to the French Foreign Ministry. He had an interview with the Irish-born French government official, Nicolas Madget, who was able to tell him that the French government, the Directory, was already seriously considering an expedition to Ireland. Tone wrote a memorandum calling for a force of 20,000 French troops, commanded by a leading French general, to be landed perhaps near Dublin. General Lazare Hoche, a long-term advocate of French intervention in Ireland, and Lazare Carnot, Minister of War, in charge of the Directory's war strategy, committed themselves to the plan. The Directory had been perhaps contemplating an attack on England, but Tone had helped turn French attention towards Ireland. His skillful advocacy would keep Ireland at the centre of French plans for the rest of the year. From March 1796 on, however, as his journals poignantly testify, Tone suffered disappointment and frustration as the project of an Irish expedition was beset with delays. Finally, on the 16th of December 1796, a French fleet sailed from Brest, crammed with around 14,500 soldiers. On board one of the sails of the line, the Indomptable, was Citoyen Wolfe Tone, chef de brigade in the service of the Republic, as he put it. The expedition may be accounted a complete failure. Encountering extremely severe winds and mountainous seas, the fleet was quickly scattered, and while a number of the ships reached Bantry Bay on the 22nd of December, they were unable to disembark the soldiers, and in early January 97, they limped back to Brest. On his return to France, Tone received welcome, if hollow, assurances that the French government would never abandon its Irish strategy, and that even if peace with England was concluded, Ireland would not be forgotten. In December 1997, he had a number of meetings with Napoleon Bonaparte, the new power in France. Bonaparte listened intently, but remained non-committal about an Irish expedition. As we now know, and it's in the movies as we speak, Bonaparte's attention was fixed on the Mediterranean and Egypt, not the Atlantic, and it is possible he affected an interest in an Irish expedition as a diversion from his real objective. For Tone, the early months of 1798 were a period of increasing frustration. He learnt of the Irish Rebellion of 1798 some 3 weeks after its outbreak. It was not until September that year that he was able to take part in another much smaller descent in Ireland. His ship was captured and Tone was taken ashore at Buncrana, County Donegal, on the 31st of October, where he was immediately identified by Sir George Hill, a former classmate at Trinity and a noted loyalist in the northwest of Ireland. In irons and under an escort of dragoons, Tone was conveyed to Dublin, where he was lodged in the Provost prison. Court-martial soon followed, with sentence of death by hanging was pronounced on him. As is well known, he cheated the hangman by inflicting a wound on his throat, which proved fatal. He was 35 years old. To echo the words of Rudyard Kipling's boy's hero, Kimball O'Hara, I am Sahib, no, I am Kim. This is the great world, and I am only Kim. Who is Kim? Who is Kim? Kim, Kim, I am Kim, I am Kim. What is Kim? So I ask, who or what was Theobald Wolfe Tone? I mentioned earlier that the date of Tone's birth, 1763, was significant. It marked the end of the 7 Years' War and the emergence of the British Empire, the first British Empire. An empire on which famously the sun never set, and which stretched from India to Canada, to the mainland colonies of North America, to the West Indian Islands, and back to London, Edinburgh, and Dublin. Britain's extraordinary military successes, almost entirely at the expense of France, but also of Spain, in India, the Ohio Valley, the West Indies, and Canada, profoundly destabilized the global order and set in train a series of events that led to revolutions, first in America, where Britain's attempts to recoup her financial expenditure of the 7 Years' War brought pushback by the colonists and led seemingly inexorably to military conflict, revolution and independence. But also revolution in France, where bankruptcy from the 7 Years' War made necessary various ultimately unsuccessful financial remedies to be brought in. And these finally brought about the calling of the Estates General, and in short order, to use Edmund Burke's formulation, brought about the revolution in France. But also in Ireland, where given the British government's need for vastly increased forces on land and sea, they forced the ascendancy, compelled the ascendancy to admit the majority Catholics into the circle of the Constitution in 1793, a constitution hitherto strictly reserved for the Protestant elite and minority. The resulting destabilisation of the Irish political structure, a political order that had held firm since the 1690s, cleared the way for the rebellion of 1798. And there were other revolutions as well, in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, clear signs of restlessness in Spain's South American possessions that eventually produced the revolution in the 1890s. In short, my point is, Tone was born into, grew up in, sought to act a role in, and to take advantages of the opportunities that offered in this new, unstable, even revolutionary world. In this context, I think, explains one aspect of his career, though there are others. In the late 1780s, Tone composed a number of memoranda detailing plans for a military colony in the Sandwich Islands, present-day Hawaii. These memoranda have been a cause of embarrassment to Irish nationalists because Tone seemed to be really arguing for a forward imperialist policy. We'll see. The first memorandum that he wrote, there were three altogether, was to set out the plans for a colony to be garrisoned by some 500 soldiers, all of whom were to be under 30 years old, and would be a base from which to plunder and invade in the spirit of the buccaneers, such as Drake, Raleigh, Frobisher, and so on, who were my heroes, Spanish possessions in South America. So the first proposal was to have a base from which to launch attacks to plunder Spanish possessions in South America, in the manner of Drake from the 16th century, Walter Raleigh, and so on. His proposal was hand-delivered to Downing Street, where it was ignored. Nothing daunted, Tone proposed a second enlarged and corrected proposal in which he suggested to use the Sandwich Islands as a base to support the Spanish colonies to attain their independence. They would be grateful to Britain forever after. This too was politely dismissed. Finally, in 1790, Tone submitted yet another revised proposal, this one advocating what was nothing less than the 18th century equivalent of the nuclear option. Yes, he would bring independence to the Spanish colonies, but this time he would do so by igniting a great revolution, a revolution which would extend the blessings of liberty to the millions of slaves in that region. He was proposing to liberate the slaves in Spanish America. Not surprisingly, for the liberation of slaves was no part of British government policy, this proposal was left to gather dust in the archives of the British Foreign Office. 6 years later, by now a chef de brigade in France's army destined to invade Ireland, Tone mused on how the British ministers, Pitt and Grenville, might regret that they had not taken up his offer of military service in the South Seas. By 1790 as well, Tone had tried twice or thrice, as he put it, to enlist in the East India Company Army. His brother William already served in it, but he had no success. He appears literally to have missed the boat. However, this did not end Tone's determination on military service abroad. Following the failure at Bantry Bay, 1796, mountainous seas, and a year later at Camperdown, 1797, the Royal Navy destroyed the Dutch fleet, and reasoning that there was no chance of an attack on Ireland, Tone had primed himself to serving in the French army in Europe. At that point, he heard rumours of a French expedition to India, led by none other than Napoleon Bonaparte. Tone swung into action, writing to a general reputedly close to Bonaparte and offering his services for whatever campaign was planned. Undeterred on learning that Bonaparte was planning to go to Egypt, Tone wrote that, "I would have had a good map. I wish I had a good map of Asia to see how far it is from Jerusalem to Madras. It's 5,000 kilometers. For I have a great eye on the Carnatic. I have a great eye on the Carnatic." This was a region in southeast India where the French had some sort of a foothold. From this brief resume of Tone's plans for overseas adventures, and they must be seen as integral to his attempts at autobiography, it will be noted that Tone's gaze is almost always fixed on the horizon, on faraway countries, on South Atlantic, the Pacific, the Carnatic, on Paris, on anywhere but Ireland itself. It is significant that Tone himself at various times, for example in Bantry Bay, while waiting in vain to disembark as part of the invasion fleet, wrote that he was not at all violently affected by the sight of the land of Ireland, but, as he put it, "I look upon it as if it were the coast of Japan." Declan Kuipert has written about this, notes that this feeling of separation and disengagement would be characteristic of 4 generations of romantic and republican militants thereafter. And when Tone contemplated what he would do, what he would become after the great victory in Ireland when the French had conquered all, he said that he wanted to be the first Irish ambassador to France, an office which would of course mean leaving Ireland for several years and leaving in Paris. And of course for Tone, a major inducement for this post in the Irish embassy at Paris, should it happen, was that it came with a plentiful supply of what he called diplomatic Burgundy. When Tone arrived in Paris as an ambassador incognito, the Irish were already a presence in that city, though Tone was careful to shun their company on grounds of security. It was very painful for such a social animal. Already in 1792, some years before Tone had arrived, a patriotic dinner had been held in White's Hotel in Paris, with around 20 Irish out of 80 diners in attendance, amongst them the Shears brothers, Henry and John, and Lord Edward Fitzgerald, all 3 of whom were to perish in 1798. Moreover, the French revolutionaries, for all their talk about turning their back on the Ancien regime, when the diplomacy of the Ulster regime well knew that the pathway to destroy English power lay through Ireland. And as we have seen, at least 2 intelligence gathering expeditions had been dispatched by the French to Ireland. So as a result, when Tone arrived in Paris and entered into discussions with French military leaders, Conor and General Hoche, a plan for a descent was already in the air. Tone was quickly intoxicated with the martial atmosphere in Paris. And I have to mention here that Sylvie Kleinman has written extensively on Tone in Paris, and I borrowed from this, from what she has written. When not composing memoranda on the situation in Ireland, he haunted the opera and other theatres. Among the many ballets he attended was L'Offrande à la Liberté, which he pronounced to be superb. And he continued, whenever the word esclavage, or slavery, was sung, it operated like an electric shock on the audience. And at the words aux armes citoyens in the Marseillaise, quote, all the performers drew their swords, and the females turned to them as encouraging them. There was the second rendering of La Marseillaise, seems a bit excessive, but still, second rendering of the Marseillaise, around, quote, 100 members of the National Guard rushed onto the stage with their bayonets fixed, their sabres drawn, and a tricolour flag flying. It would be impossible to describe the effect of this. I never knew what enthusiasm was before. But Tone's diaries for his time in 1796 and 97 also reveal his impatience, his dismay and depression at the delays that dogged his mission. Equally, they also show his fondness for irony, self-mockery, his impatience with anything that looks like humbug or pretentiousness, and a sense of fun and gaiety that has endeared him to readers ever since. Also reveal his command of literature. He has at least 300 references to various works, plays and so on, and poems in the canon of English literature. In his diaries, probably the finest written by any Irishman, in my estimation, he charts his feelings as he deals with the various setbacks, triumphs, minor triumphs generally, that beset his quest. Such writings proved inspirational to later revolutionaries, Thomas Davis, John Mitchell, Porrick Pierce, James Connolly, among others. Taken together, Tone's writings make an important contribution to the literature of travel and to the literature of exile. And because they were written at the time, they have an immediacy, a poignant immediacy, that is not to be found in the subsequent retrospective memoirs of other participants in the revolutionary 1790s, or indeed later. The reality, of course, is we know what the end for Tone would be. We know what the outcome of his odyssey would be. Tone does not. In 1797, in an interview with General Hoche, Tone was asked what form of government he would suggest for Ireland after English rule had been destroyed. Tone did not hesitate. Undoubtedly a republic, he replied. Later sympathetic commentators have seized on this. If Tone did not in his lifetime achieve greatly, remarks Sean of Whelan, he started much. Without him, republicanism in Ireland would virtually have no tradition. There is a lot in this, but I think we need to be a little bit careful here. For at the time of writing, as Jim Smyth pointed out yesterday, republicanism was not so well defined as it probably is today. And there were certainly competing views in the late 18th century as to what constituted a republic, or what constituted a republican form of government, or whether a small country like Ireland was suitable to have a republic. In May 1791, William Drennan, one of the founders of the United Irishmen, had called for a new society to be set up. This is the background to the United Irishmen. He wanted a benevolent conspiracy, a plot for the people, the brotherhood its name, its general end, real independence to Ireland, real, not phony independence, and republicanism its particular purpose. But by republicanism, I think Drennan meant that the people would have the greater say through reform of Parliament. And what is missing here, I think, with Drennan, and probably with a lot of the Presbyterian Republicans, is the notion of separatism. That is to say that republicanism could be achieved in Ireland without separatism. For Tone, however, republicanism and separatism went hand in hand. Tone was, in short, a republican, but he was also a separatist. And this marked the beginning of a new tradition, republican separatism. For Drennan and others like him, they espoused a sort of civic republicanism, which did not involve separatism from England, from Britain. This involved good works, parliamentary reform, care for the poor, focus on education, new sanitary arrangements for the cities, raising the standard of living, possibly the separation of church and state, and all this continued into the 19th century. So that said, in large measure, the Republican tradition that O'Phelan alludes to was based on the publication in 1826 of Tone's literary remains, his journals or diaries, an autobiographical memoir, some letters, and most of his public writings. Now, the sheer mass of Tone's published material poses a problem for the historian. First, if his papers had fallen into the Atlantic on one of the trips across from France, how could we assess his importance in the 1790s? I think we would still have to say that Tone was a vital person in the 1790s. We would know this from contemporary writings, from manuscripts to Irish repositories, and crucially, there is a massive documentation in the French archives, all of which testify to Tone's importance to French plans. And I have to say, a chef de brigade commission was not handed out by the French military to foreigners without rigorous scrutiny. They were obviously very impressed with him. There's still a problem with Tone's writings as compiled and published by his son, with undoubted assistance or advice from his mother, Matilda. William declared that the only liberties which I have taken with the following memoirs in preparing them for the press were to suppress a few passages relative to family affairs which concern nobody, and the account of some early amours or love affairs which my father was too much of a gentleman to have allowed to appear. William certainly did sanitize Tone's biographical fragments, but he or Matilda did more than that, for Tone was nothing if not past remarkable. Thus, his unflattering comments on his father, idle, dissipated, his brother-in-law, an egregious cockcomb, were deleted. And his comments on the appearance of various women he encountered very ungallantly, whether in Belfast or Paris, ugly, all ugly, villainously ugly, did not make it into the published edition. William also felt the need to, quote, improve his father's prose and to translate his few French phrases, thus compromising our assessment of Tone's ability in French. More seriously, Tone's early unrequited infatuation with Eliza Martin, along with his rather more risque account of his amorous adventures in London, were all cut. While in London in 1787, Tone had gleefully noted that Englishmen neglect their wives exceedingly, and they did not feel to profit as far as they could by their neglect. On the other hand, his valiant resistance to the amorous advances of his, quote, ugly as sin hunchback landlady in Paris were left intact. Tone's chastity could not be impugned. But much else that was not so inconsequential family matter was erased. His comments on Americans, as I mentioned, were in general excised. In contrast to his love for Paris, a city was 1,000 times more magnificent than London, his admiration for all things French, cuisine, landscape, martial spirit, military spectacle, opera, ballet, theatre, on all of which he commented in detail. And again, has to be said, in stark contrast to his revolutionary successors, from Thomas Addis Emmet to John Mitchell to John Devoy to Eamon de Valera and even to Gerry Adams, all of whom spoke very highly of the United States, Tone had come to detest everything about America. He viewed, quote, with contempt and indignation its politics, its climate, its people. He dismissed them as boors, and obsessing with the prospect that if he remained there, his daughter Maria might become the wife of an American clown. Yeah, I lost my page here. Without delicacy or refinement, that's what it is. Would marry an American clown without delicacy or refinement. Now, during Tone's time in Paris, he was impressed by James Monroe, the American ambassador to France, whom he met on occasion, and who always received him warmly. Tone's regard for Monroe stemmed from the fact that Monroe, like Tone, was deeply critical of George Washington and Alexander Hamilton, and of American bias towards Britain in its war with France. But instead of leaving it at that, a clearly bemused Tone posed the question, if Monroe was so sound in all these matters, how came he to be an American? And on meeting Dolly Monroe, the ambassador's wife, he noted first her very white teeth, which he noted in his journal were a rare circumstance in Americans. Clearly, such comments could not be allowed to see the light of day, if only on grounds of prudence. For from 1816 to 1824, Monroe has served as President of the United States, and very many United Irishmen had controversially found refuge in that country after the failure of the 98 rebellion. There was enough anti-Irish feeling in the United States without adding to it. Again, from the scattered references by Tone to his fellow countrymen, it was obvious that while Tone might turn his back on the ascendancy, he had not rejected entirely the outlook of the ascendancy. Priests, he declared, especially Irish priests, were very bigoted, very ignorant. Slaves to Rome, of course, equally enemies of the French Revolution, which had rescued France from the yoke of popery and despots. These remarks were cut from the published edition. However, Tone's ideas on getting Irish prisoners of war held in France to enlist in French service were allowed to stand. He had early dismissed any such plan as nonsense, even flat nonsense. But he came round to the idea. I know the Irish a little, he announced grandly, declaring that since poor Pat is a little given to drink, the best way to get the POWs to enlist would be to march them to a port of embarkation under false pretenses. Send in a large quantity of wine and brandy, a fiddle, and some French fil de joie, and then when Pat's heart is a little soft with love and wine, persuade them to take a trip once more to Ireland. Lastly, any of Tone's remarks that might have suggested that he was flippant, frivolous, or inconstant were carefully weeded out. A stray and be it innocent remark that in Paris there were numerous fil de joie sans nombre was cut. The innocuous statement by Tone that I find it very hard to keep these journals regularly, for that would be something approaching system which I despaired of ever reaching, was omitted, as were all references to his family's romantic spirit of adventure. Revealingly, Tone's use of the verb to lounge to describe his usual mode of wandering around the byways of Paris could not be allowed to stand. Thus, his admission that he lounged about the streets was deleted, and his remark that I lounge about the bookstalls was changed to I stroll about the bookstalls. Perhaps William or his mother felt that only layabouts lounge while gentlemen stroll. Certainly Tone would not be heralded as the first flaneur in Paris. Other Irish writers would have to take up that role. In conclusion, Tone cannot be corralled in a single way. He cannot be corralled as an adventurer or as a romantic, though from the evidence of his writings, we can see him, I have to say, as a buccaneer for his military plans, a Boswell for his journals, a Byron for his dreams, a John Mitchell for his Republican separatism, even a future professor of Anglo-Irish literature for his numerous literary references. But what we cannot do is pigeonhole him in one area, and that, I think, explains the charm and the fascination of Theobald Wolfe Tone for today. Thank you.
As Tone would say, huzzah. Tom mentioned Donal Fallon towards the end, and that's a perfect segue for Marion Kelly's talk, because Fallon was, in many ways, a model, I would say, for Conor Cruiser-Brand. Now, Dr. Kelly is a new minted alum of Trinity College once again, and she'll be talking about Dr. Conor Cruiser-Brand, whose doctor is also from that same institution. And speaking for myself, she has done a remarkable thing in that I would routinely think of the cruiser as a public nuisance, and And I'm now persuaded that it's really required to give him attention as a major public intellectual in 20th century Ireland, and as himself an exemplar of what he called the Irish predicament. And it also strikes me that what a wonderful topic for discussion, because we think of Guy Boehner's recent work on history of memory and on the importance of silences in Irish history. Dr. Kelly?
Thank you very much, Tom. It's absolutely such a privilege to speak after you. Amazing paper. I want to also second Ronan Sheehan's remarks on Bill, exemplary gentleman and exemplary commitment to his family history. Thank you. I'm going to start today by saying that it may surprise many of you that Conor Cruise O'Brien has been credited in achieving what Wolfe Tone set out to do, namely breaking the connection with England in his role as Minister for Posts and Telegraphs in the government of the 20th Dáil. Conor Cruise O'Brien wrote extensively on subjects that arise in any consideration of Tone's political commitments, such as the nature of political legitimacy and when and if violence can be justified. He also drew heavily on Edmund Burke, whose work Reflections on the Revolution in France is regarded as a canonical counter-revolutionary tract. Why then does Wolfe Tone feature so infrequently in Wolfe Tone's writing? One would imagine that the presence of such a seminal figure in Irish history, who inspired generations of Irish Republicans, would be a more vivid presence in O'Brien's writings. O'Brien was compelled by world-making events, and the French Revolution was a paradigmatic tool in O'Brien's interpretive framework. O'Brien's analysis of Thomas Jefferson hinges largely on Jefferson's early unqualified support for the French Revolution, with a particular emphasis on Jefferson's refrain that the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Yet Tone's presence in revolutionary France in order to raise support for an Irish expeditionary force elicits relatively minor treatment. This paper argues that O'Brien, despite his status as arch-revisionist in Irish historiography, was unwilling to undermine Tone's status as an enlightened secular democrat. Unlike Tom Dunn, who questioned Tone's ideological motivations, in Theobald Wolfe Tone, Colonial Outsider. This is part of what Marion has referred to as a new trend of defrocking Irish nationalist mythology in her review of his work. It's noteworthy, I think, that O'Brien's first significant political intervention was at the annual National Conference in 1936 of the Irish Labour Party as a delegate from TCD. He broke with procedural rules and condemned Franco's aggression in Spain. When he was heckled for being from Trinity, he defended himself by noting that all progressive movements in the country over the last 150 years had their origins in Trinity College, citing Wolfe Tone, Robert Emmet, and Thomas Davis. O'Brien cut his teeth in writing in early contributions to the Bell, a fact that aligned him with contemporary Republican engagement in the post-Civil War period. The first editorial of the Bell was living proof that a Republican background was no obstacle to inclusivity, ending with the declaration that the Bell belonged to the reader, Gentile or Jew, Protestant or Catholic, priest or layman, big house or small house, and as such would prove attractive to those feeling that the version of republicanism they believed in had been hijacked by republicanism in name only. O'Brien, as a fledgling scholar and critic, was undoubtedly influenced by O'Fallon's pronouncements and his priorities. The cultural regeneration that the Bell advocated warranted reflection, and this was fertile ground for those seeking new ways of understanding history. O'Fallon led the way in his endeavour, writing a number of biographies on historical figures who loomed large in the Irish nationalist historical imagination. Maurice Harman has reflected that the figures Ó Fallon chose to reconfigure historically and imaginatively were creative individuals living at a time of great social change, at a pivotal moment in history, and capable of meeting that change effectively. Yet, in the Irish mind, Ó Fallon characterised men like Tone, Mitchell and Doheny as smothered talents, who had deprived themselves in Ireland of as much as they gave, who had choked the critical side of their minds. Ó Fallon concluded that they were good rebels in proportion to being bad revolutionaries, so that their organic, and I quote, so that their passion for change and their vision of change never pierced to organic change, halted dead at the purely modal and circumstantial, end of quote. Reflecting on his time in Vive Moi, his autobiography, Ó Fallon came to see much of his early idealism as an aberration of character, remembering Daniel Corkery's words, all idealists are callous, and interpreting his own experience of blind idealism as a time when he quickly became heartless, humorless, and pitiless. O'Brien was circumstantially primed for this exegesis on the nature of commitment to abstractions like faith and fatherland, coming from a family whose fate was bound up with the forms these abstractions had taken in Irish rhetoric and political life. O'Brien would, in time, run the gauntlet of criticism for his relentless adherence to an idea that Ó Fallon was working out in the aftermath of his early commitments, an adherence that became more relentless as O'Brien's career progressed. Ó Fallon's pronouncements are noteworthy in that they prefigure O'Brien's later imaginative and critical tendency to use the French Revolution as a comparative device or a herald of sorts. Ó Fallon had noted Matthew Arnold's suggestion that the French Revolution had its source in a great movement of feeling, not in a great movement of mind. This reinforced Ó Fallon's belief that Irish rebels devoted their lives and all their beings to passion rather than thought. Ó Fallon's notion that Irish rebels had primarily seized upon the emotional content and not the intellectual content of revolution was a strain of thought that O'Brien eventually harnessed to his own ends. By 1999, O'Brien was to commend De Valera's policy of internment during World War II in terms that summoned precisely the oppositional thinking he cultivated in his linking of the progress of Irish politics to the characters and symbolism of the French Revolution. O'Brien recollects asking De Valera if he had been influenced by Edmund Burke, to which De Valera replied, "Of course not. Burke was not a Republican." O'Brien noted, in spite of that non sequitur, his mind was more like Burke's than Tone's. This, of course, meant that I liked Dev. O'Brien's attraction to Edmund Burke culminated in his biography of Burke, The Great Melody, but it was a long and slow-burning affair that transcended what some commentators have perceived as a shift in O'Brien's politics. In 1969, when O'Brien was being feted by the left internationally as the poster boy of post-colonialism, he published a collection of essays, The Suspecting Glance. Burke's skepticism of human nature and his cautionary tone pervades the essays, explicitly at the level of content, but perhaps more significantly in the clear message that a suspecting glance what was called for. O'Brien's essays arose out of the content of a course he taught in New York University on literature and society. O'Brien's criticism of American neo-imperialism and his active involvement in the protest against the Vietnam War made his course highly attractive to left-wing student activists. Yet he tells us he felt disconcerted by their cheerful talk of revolution without, I quote, without any trace of awe or compunction at the thought of what that such a revolution, if it became possible, would mean in terms of their own suffering, in terms of human suffering, including their own suffering. He was to disconcert them in turn. Instead of teaching Marcuse or even Shelley, I quote, I went on endlessly about Edmund Burke, a thinker to whom no spontaneous inclination of their own would ever have drawn them. He made clear the significance of the French Revolution in his own schema, palpably clear when he wrote, and I quote again O'Brien, "There is a real sense in which the Cold War can be said to have begun in November 1790 with the publication of Edmund Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France. Ever since that date, the idea of revolution has been an important factor in our intellectual life. The fear of it, the hope of it, produce contrasting mental anthologies from reality, contrasting styles and theologies, dreams and nightmares." The last line is clearly evocative of 1798 and the impact of the French Revolution closer to home. In an article in the New York Review of Books published in 1986, he describes Wolfe Tone as one of a number of European patriots who during the 1790s in Belgium, Holland, the Rhineland, and various parts of Italy as well as in Ireland sought to shake off monarchical, aristocratic, clerical, or alien rule and turn their countries into sister republics. O'Brien provides his readership with an analysis of the legacy of 1798 in a review of Tom Wilson's Ulster Conflict and Consent in 1990. The chief point that he is at pains to make is that Tone has been incorporated into nationalist mythology in a manner that is at odds with Tone's philosophy. In a telling observation, O'Brien writes, "There is an ominous resemblance between the pattern of feelings of modern Catholic Republicans towards Wolfe Tone and Protestants and the pattern of feelings of traditional Catholics towards Jesus and the Jews. In each case, the great teacher is felt to have been rejected and betrayed by his own people and then adopted by another people, the Catholics." In Bobby Sands' Mutations of Nationalism, published in 1986, O'Brien made a distinction between Tone's ideology and that of Irish republicanism expressed by Pearse. O'Brien writes, "Wolfe Tone and his friends were militant secularists, deists and atheists, contemptuous of superstition and especially of Roman Catholic superstition." O'Brien notes that it was Tone's ironic fate to become a major saint in the Pearsian pantheon. The grave of the man who had set out to emancipate his country from superstition had become the holiest place in Ireland. In a comical aside, O'Brien uses an anthropological illustration to show how Tone's secular republicanism had metamorphosed into Catholic republicanism. Now, at this stage in his career, O'Brien had been working in Ghana in the early 60s, and he was very fond of using anthropological comparisons. And to explain the transformation of of Tone, he cites Katrin Thompson and her research that on collective farms in Western Siberia, shamanism had taken on syncretic forms, blending communist teaching with traditional beliefs. In this way, the defeated communards in 1871 took refuge in Lake Baikal, where they had metamorphosed into otters, where the modern fishermen offered them sacrifice to fulfill their quota under the party's fishery plan. O'Brien writes, in O'Brien's view, the metamorphosis of Theobald Wolfe Tone in the hands of Patrick Pearse was hardly less fishy. O'Brien was attuned to the performative nature of politics and worked out his ideas in a wide range of contexts, most notably in his book UN Sacred Drama. With regard to Burke, O'Brien's exemplar, he writes, "Edmund Burke saw the theatre as a school of moral sentiments. He was also in the habit of viewing politics as theatre. His first reaction to the news of the French Revolution was the same as the going up of a curtain. What spectators and what actors?" O'Brien writes that Burke was by no means alone in this way of imagining politics, and that it is remarkable how the vocabulary of theatre permeates political discussion. This again begs the question, what about the other Irish exemplar of revolutionary Republican struggle? Wolfe Tone, who was both spectator and actor, whose diaries are an abundant resource for anyone interested in piecing together the theatrical and self-consciously stylized new modes of representation in vogue in revolutionary era France. Not least the fact that his death, which in performative terms has all the hallmarks of classical Republican gesture. Did the fact that Tone shared Burke's concerns for the oppressed majority in Ireland factor in O'Brien's unwillingness to vilify such a clear-cut revolutionary figure? Tone and Burke were united in respect of the appalling indifference and callousness of the Protestant ascendancy in power in Ireland towards the native majority. In Burke's words in 1797, the system of military government in Ireland was mad to the extreme, made mad in the mad hands in which it is placed. O'Brien, drawing on Marion Elliott, writes in The Great Melody that while the involvement of Burke, the great counter-revolutionary in the Catholic Committee, in its radical phase from 1790 on, may appear a startling paradox, it may not be as surprising as it first seems. O'Brien argues that Burke understood that fear of the spread of Jacobin ideas could be used to further the cause of securing full Catholic enfranchisement. O'Brien stresses that while Tone and Burke were radically opposed to each other in respect of the French Revolution, they were allies in respect of both the principle of Catholic enfranchisement and the Catholic Committee's programme for securing it through popular agitation, with an implicit threat behind it. Yet ultimately O'Brien concedes that this is where the meeting of minds part, as their long-term goals were obviously very far apart. When O'Brien addresses Tone's hopes that the spread of revolutionary ideas would destroy sectarian differences and produce a new Ireland, emancipated from British rule and from Catholic superstition, it is with some degree of veneration. He writes in States of Ireland, "I have seen tears in the eyes of an Ulster Catholic Republican when he tried to express what he felt about Wolfe Tone." O'Brien's position on Tone, I would argue, was shaped by O'Brien's understanding and sympathy towards Tone's circumstances. Had O'Brien been born into Tone's era, in Tone's circumstances, could he have imagined himself acting similarly? There are strong parallels between Tone's instincts as a young man and O'Brien. In fact, the trajectory of their careers have much in common. Both were outsiders of a sort, both gravitated towards contributing to the political establishment of their day. Both were highly ambitious, both cut bold figures in Trinity, and both were impassioned advocates of a separation of powers, and they both liked to drink. Tone was ultimately measured, humane, and clear in his understanding of Burke's abilities and motivations. I use the word humane here into something I came across in the diaries when Tone talks about his meeting with Payne, and they're discussing Burke's ill health, and Payne is attributing it, probably a lot of you know the quote off by heart, he attributes it to the fact that Burke was reading Payne, but afterwards Tone writes in his diaries that Payne isn't a father, he doesn't know the grief of losing his son. So it's very moving, and I imagine that it can't but have moved O'Brien reading Tone's diaries, the sheer humanity, the clarity, as Tom so perfectly expressed, the self-mockery. It's very hard to read it and not be deeply sympathetic to the kind of human that Tone was. So finally, I will say that this may be an important factor in terms of grasping O'Brien's unwillingness to align Tone with Rousseau or Jefferson, figures that for all intents and purposes appear to align with Tone. O'Brien wasn't above the ad hominem attack, as many know here, and when it served to prove a point, and he quotes Burke's scathing comment on Rousseau's paternal conduct, approvingly citing, Burke said, "The bear," said Burke, "loves, licks, and forms her young, but bears are not philosophers." Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have 5 or 10 minutes to spare here for questions. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. That was absolutely wonderful. And I was going to ask a question first about the relationship between Tone and Arthur O'Connor. But and as someone who's actually apart from the family, I visited Matilda Tone something I want to share with you about the cruiser, which probably no one knows. Jim Smyth, a very good friend of mine and a lawyer, showed me the very last speech that the cruiser delivered, administered posted telegraphs, just after he had been defeated for re-election. And it was the first meeting of the European Broadcasting Union, and it was in Dublin. And you can tell that, as a former civil servant, the last 15 pages were very technical about broadcasting and this and that, but the first 2 pages were obviously written by the cruiser. And he delivered a speech and he said, it is very appropriate that the first meeting of the European Broadcasting Union should take place in Dublin. He said, because Dublin is the home of international broadcasting. He wrote the speech, and he said in April of 1916, news of an insurrection was broadcast to ships at sea who took this information to New York. And he said, broadcasting, therefore, was conceived in sin. He said, and I, as a member of a sovereign, as a minister of a sovereign government, can only condemn such illegality and outrage. And then he would, but this is much known, but the next person who does a biography of the cruiser should certainly include this, because he hated 1916. And if you ever want to rile the cruiser, you just mention 1916, because he was very well aware that his family had been sidelined. It turned out it was going to be the colonists and the British and the several eras that would take over. But I would suggest that someone get this this very last speech of the cruiser as minister. It's quite interesting.
Thank you. Is there a question?
Hannah?
Thank you very much for that. I'm well aware of that, and actually my own work is an excavation of that and looking at the role of emotion in its rising, and that it submerged those feelings that were submerged in various ways. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Marion, I want to thank you very much for that very enlightening exploration. One thing that's very important, and I will allude to this during my own talk briefly, is that really from the 1870s and 1880s onwards, but most certainly from the time of the 2 Russian revolutions, the perceptions of the French Revolution were transformed. So within France, it's being rewritten very much as a Marxist revolution, and that's creating tensions within France. And there are huge constructs about the French Revolution. Outside France, and you can imagine in Ireland post-1922, where the vision of the guillotine and brutal de-Christianization, you know, that's the perception of many people. So arguably, particularly with Conor Cruise O'Brien traveling to all sorts of different countries that are former French colonies or near them or neighboring, and emerging nations with a new revolutionary rhetoric, they're plucking at a French Revolution that really only began to be deconstructed in the 1980s and 1990s. So that's a very interesting perspective. It's a spin on the French Revolution, and an Irishman is going to react in all sorts of different ways, let alone possibly not have as sound a grasp of the 1790s as if he had been the student of many of the eminent 18th century educators in this room.
Thank you, Sylvie.
Not at all.
Can I say something about Conor Cruise O'Brien? I only met him once. It was 1973. I was a school teacher in Belfast, and I was put in charge of the school debating team. And I was a school teacher in Belfast in 1973, and in charge of the debating. I was teaching in Inst, actually, a school set up by William Drennan. And I wrote to Conor Cruise O'Brien and asked him would he come up for a debate to Belfast. And to my amazement, he said yes, no problem. And his opponent on that day was Austin Curry, young Catholic activist, very, very impressive, very articulate speaker. It was a fantastic debate. I can't remember too much about it, but it did hinge on principles versus reality, change versus reform, practice versus how things could be done. And my abiding memory was that Conor Cruise O'Brien was arguing that really it's all very well, these fine principles that Austin Curry was talking about, but it would all end in tears. And that was 73. Yeah.
May I ask you a question? In the preparation for this paper and reading your own work, I wondered, because there is, I mean, many commentators see a turn in Cruise O'Brien, after his entry into Irish politics in 1969, and obviously then even more so after 1973, and it becomes particularly pointed in his writing after 1977 on. But I have been constantly looking for ways to try and understand what the siege mentality, the idea that the North, the peace process would end in civil war, the idea that his approach to Israel and Palestine, the siege mentality. Is there any possibility, given how deeply historical O'Brien was, that the terrible failure of 1798 and the living memory of that could have had any impact on his, he's such a complex writer, and you never really know, even when you think he's going one way. You see all the parts of the earlier work coming out again later, like in his work on Nicaragua, for example. So can I ask you basically if you think there's
I really don't know too much about O'Brien. I mean, I've read bits and pieces like most people here, I guess. I think he was impressed by the sectarian furies that lurked beneath the surface of Ireland, and which it only took very little to bring to the fore. And that his view was that while, a lot of reforms could be brought in and should be brought in, that people like Austin Curry, perhaps not him and himself, but people who were behind him and surrounded him, were awakening passions that would be best left undisturbed. And I think as this 1970s unfolded, I think he became more and more convinced that this was the way. As the fine words of the United Irishmen in 1791, 2 and 3 ended up in mayhem and chaos in 1797, 98 and later. I think that's possibly where the feeling about 98 was the lesson that we ought to have learned from history. Don't meddle with the furies, leave the ghosts undisturbed.
Of course, the gentleman who asked the first question as well spoke about 1916 and the split and how O'Brien's family was affected. I mean, before the fall of Parnell, it was clearer in O'Brien's ancestry. They were all on the one side, so to speak. So the sort of break comes with his grandfather siding in the vote against Parnell, and he writes movingly, reimagines how his father felt reading Gladstone's letter and talking about the slabs of Galway granite shifting beneath his feet,
You will have the last word there for Tommy.
No, this always fascinated me. I mean, what is the precise sliding door moment for Conor Cruise O'Brien? Because it seemed that he was progressive on almost everything up to a certain point, and then he goes the other way. Even, for example, he was very active in the anti-apartheid movement, and he ends up collaborating with the apartheid regime eventually. He eventually ends up as a unionist, like with a big U. But if my memory serves me correctly, and I think it's in the States of Ireland, he was personally intimidated by extreme loyalism. He brought up some meeting. I can't remember the details, maybe somebody here could elucidate. And it seems to me that is the precise moment.
Not just once. Not just once. Yeah. Yeah.
Personally intimidated. It seems to me an interesting thing.
Okay, so we'll have to finish there. The bills as a few words. I would just like to thank our two speakers for getting us off to such a marvelous
So before we break for a late lunch, or kind of a late lunch, I wanted to say something about Bodenstown. I had a chance to visit Bodenstown on the 17th of June this year in honor of Wolfe Tone's birth. Bodenstown Sunday, as you know, has been meticulously researched and written about by Christopher Woods, who is with us here today, and I'd like to recognize Christopher and his wife Penny. You all are probably familiar with the 3-volume work that Christopher had such a great hand in, and without that work, we wouldn't have all of the material that we're here about today. So thank you, Christopher. And for those of you that think that Wolfe Tone's grave is in bad hands, I have a little video. I interviewed the gravekeeper from the National Graves Association on my visit to Bodenstown. And I just want you to see the passion in his eyes and the way that he speaks about his responsibilities.
Hello there, sir. Who are you and what do you do here at the Wolfe Tone gravesite?
How are you doing? My name is Peter McMahon and I'm a volunteer for the National Graves Association. I've been looking after Wolfe Tone's grave for the last 12 years on my own. There doesn't be many people here to help, but I'm quite happy to do it on my own because it's such a beautiful place to be, hail, rain or snow.
And do you take care of any other graves in the area?
Not in this, but we do. The National Graves do look after all the Republican graves all over Ireland. But this is my one. I call this the jewel in the crown.
Thank you, Peter.
No bother. Thank you.
The grave's in good hands, folks. Let's eat. We have it staged up as you go through the doors. There's a buffet. There's a vegetarian option and a meat option. You're welcome to take them outside, enjoy this unbelievable weather, and then let's reconvene back here in about a half an hour. Wow, it's quiet as a church in here. All right, everybody, I think we'll get started on the afternoon module. We've got two great speakers this afternoon. I've already introduced Ronan. I won't be introducing the other speaker. I'll leave that to the chair. I will introduce him, though. Ultan, who gave a spirited and brilliant presentation yesterday, is going to be the chair of the afternoon panel. Dr. Gillen is a, excuse me, Dr. Gillen is a Center for Cultural and Creativity Center for Social Innovation at Teesside University. Studied BA in Queen's, in Belfast. At Teesside, he's now Principal Lecturer for Staffing and Resources for the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences and acting PL for the Department of Law, Policying and Investigation. He's also teaching. He's got kids running around all over the place, so God knows how he's got time to do this. But he's here anyway, and welcome, Ultan Gillen.
Thanks very much, Bill. I know Bill, as he mentioned, has already introduced Ronan, but just in case anybody wasn't sort of here earlier, Ronan is a descendant of Fitzpatrick, and he asked me not to say too much about him, so I'm not going to. Is a barrister himself, but he's also Dublin's representative on the European Centre for Latin, and I'm going to try and remember my Latin. It's the Centrum Europae Latinitatis. Okay, close enough. And he's going to speak to us today about the Latin dimension on the United Irishman, so I'm really looking forward to that. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to introduce my little talk with two personal memories. Firstly, I was 14 when there was a teachers' strike in Dublin, and that gave all of us a chance to educate ourselves. And I took the opportunity to read a biography of Wolfe Tone by Frank McDermott. And there's one specific thing that I remember which chimes with what was said earlier. It was when Tone is on the streets of Paris and he sees the working class people, men and women, dancing in the streets. And there's a wonderful just sense of joy about that, which Tone clearly identifies with, and which he communicates to at least this reader, and I'm sure to many others as well. Second thing is, I get a bit older. I'm 19, and I'm working for the summer in a hotel in New Hampshire, which is on a bus run between Montreal and Boston. I get myself into the position of maitre d'hotel, which means I have to meet the guests and possibly collect tips afterwards. That took a lot of peasant cunning to do that. So one day I come down and I see on the table John Francis O'Mara. And I say, great, it's an Irishman, I'll get on with him. So later that day at dinner time I come down and there's this, I'm 19 then, this man who looks considerably older to me, maybe in his 60s, he's kind of with long grey hair, and he's kind of quite heavy set with a very rich suit. And he's got a very beautiful young wife with him and two children. So I go up and say to him, "You're very welcome, Mr. O'Mara." And he looks at me and says, "You must be Irish, because only an Irishman knows how to pronounce my name. Will you come and visit me in Montreal after you've finished your stint here?" And I say, "Of course I will, Judge O'Mara." So some weeks later, I find myself on the Rue Côte des Neiges in Montreal, which is like Montreal's Shrewsbury Road to a Dubliner. I knock on the door of this splendid mansion. The door is opened by a butler, and inside the door is a table, and on the table is a book, and the book is Memoirs of Napoleon on St. Helena by Barry O'Mara. And the judge comes out and holds his hand out to me. There's a ring on his hand. He says, Ronan, there's a lock of Napoleon's hair in that ring. So we go in, and there's a dinner, and the other people there are two lawyers from the High Court of Montreal with their wives. And the judge conducts the conversation with them, of course, mostly in French. And he translates for me every so often. I told him my dad was a solicitor, and he said, okay, you're a lawyer. So we get on with it. And then at about 1 a.m, suddenly there's silence. And the judge starts to cry. And he starts to recount the history of the siege of Limerick. And he describes Sarsfield signing the treaty. And he describes the French Navy sailing up the Shannon to relieve the siege. And Sarsfield sending them back because Sarsfield won't break his word. And now the O'Maras lose their ancestral lands in Tuam Ivara on the banks of the Shannon. So, I'll come back to that. Wolfe Tone, as we've heard, is brought from Lochswilly, where he's basically captured, and he's brought to Dublin, and he's lodged in the Provost Marshal's office. The Provost Marshal had some kind of military connection, which is now obscure, and he faces a military tribunal, of which constitutionality is also obscure, but nevertheless it's there. And they basically sentence Wolfe Tone to death on a charge of treason. And Wolfe Tone protests that he should at least have the honor and dignity and is entitled to be executed like a soldier, not hung. But that is refused, and he's sentenced to die basically within 48 hours. Now, of course, what happens next has been a matter of some controversy. Years ago, I worked with the late great Seamus Dean on the Field Day Anthology of Irish Writing. And this is what Seamus Dean said about Wolfe Tone's death. The circumstances of his death have been debated, but it seems clear that he died on the 18th of November, 1798, as a result of a clumsy attempt at suicide 7 days earlier. Seamus Dean had a friend called Seamus Heaney, who wrote a poem called Wolfe Tone, and it was published in a thing called the Hall Lantern, a collection, the Hall Lantern, 1987. His first 6 lines are this: light as a skiff, manoeuvrable yet outmanoeuvred. I affected epaulettes and a cockade, wrote a style well-bred and imperious, to the solidarity I angled for, and played the ancient Roman with a razor. The United Irishmen were classicists in the sense that Latin was really part of their education and their culture, like, really a very simple thing. And I'm going to, with your indulgence, just give a few examples of that to illustrate the point. Firstly, it's from Wolfe Tone himself. On the 11th of November, he wrote a line of poetry in his notebook, which he left to his friend John Sweetman. It's from Virgil's second eclogue. Excuse me. The eclogues were a special book. The eclogues were the songs of shepherds. They were kind of love poems. They were also human. And it's recorded that when they appeared first in Rome, people wept in the street because they'd never had anything like it before. Te nunc habet ista secundum were the words Tone quoted. You are its second slave. And here is a translation of the full passage. This is from Virgil. I have a pipe made of 7 hemlock stalls of graded length, Corydon says. Dametas, long ago, as he lay dying, made me a present of it. You are its second slave, he said to me. There's what Dametas said, and Amyntas, like the fool he was, jealous. So Tone, at a crucial minute, he uses Virgil because he knows Virgil, so he knows it very well, and he knows John Sweetman will know it also. They don't need to have a translation, and they know that Tone is saying to him, I'm passing you on something. When Robert Emmet was, after whom I called the Dublin Centre for Latin, is the Punto Robert Emmet. Never forget that. When Robert Emmet was in Kilmainham jail prior to his trial, he too quoted a line from Virgil, but from Virgil's Aeneid, Book 2. In utrumque paratus, I'm ready for either outcome, meaning death or life. That's a line from Book 2 of the Aeneid where Sinon, who's like a double agent, left outside the walls of Troy by the Greeks as they pretend to give up the siege, in the knowledge that the Trojans will pick up Sinon and bring him inside. And of course, he then has to open up the wooden horse. So Sinon is in difficulty. If he's caught, he's going to get killed. Hopefully, he's not caught, according to him. Thirdly, and this is perhaps it's one of the most important ones. Curran defended Wolfe Tone's friend Hamilton Rome, whom we heard about in the original paper, as it were, earlier, who was here with Wolfe Tone and Napper Tandy at various meetings. And Curran defended him on a charge of sedition. His speech is based on Cicero's masterpiece, Pro Malone. Of all the classical texts which were translated at the time of the Renaissance from, roughly the 15th century to the 17th century to the 18th century, Cicero's was the most translated because Cicero's politics were, they were the closest to the concerns of 18th century men and women themselves. Curran was chaired home after his speech. It's quite hard to give it a full sense of it, but basically what he does is this. He completely ignores the prosecution case. He doesn't answer any points of evidence. What he does is he says, is Hamilton Rowan is virtually the epitome of every decent value this state has. It's an outrage that he should be here at all. And the speech is a paean to liberty and justice. And that, of course, touched the fundamental concerns of the people listening to the speech, and that's why they chaired Curran home afterwards. Curran, in the Aeneid, a famous character who is Aeneas' friend, and his name is Achates. His name is synonymous with faithfulness. Fidus Achates. Fidus Achates goes wherever he goes. Tone's son, in talking, which we'll come to later, in advertising or emphasizing Curran's keeping faith with his father at a time of fear when many others deserted him, is as good as saying, Curran is fides Achates to my dad's Aeneas. In 41 BC, so I'm jumping around a little bit, after the Battle of Philippi, Brutus and Cassius, the defeated leaders of the Republican cause, those who were in opposing Julius Caesar's legacies, fell on their swords. Brutus was the epitome of Roman republicanism. He had stabbed Julius Caesar, et tu brute, like in Shakespeare. His ancestor of Roman history attacked the Tarquin, the last king of Rome. I would place Tone's suicide squarely within that tradition. And I think that the reason that it's not even, Curran scarcely remarks on it, is because he says that's what he would accept. The final point on this is, Curran died in 1817, and he's buried in Brompton, London. But Daniel O'Connell wanted to kind of what you might call a kind of a celebrity funeral to open up Glasnevin. So he brings Curran's body over to Glasnevin, and he describes Curran as the soul of the Irish Republic. And Curran is buried under a tomb which is modelled on the tomb of the Scipios in Rome. The Scipios were this ancient Roman Republican family, virtually from the start to the destruction of Carthage in 202. So to be identified with the Scipios is saying he's a Republican. Now, what happens when Tone, sorry, I'm now reverting back to my mainstream, as it were. Tone is condemned to death, and he's going to die in 2 days. So, can anything be done? There's a constitutional point to be made in his defense, which is this, that the military court, which presumed to sentence him, has no legal basis when the civil courts are sitting, and the Court of Queen's Bench was sitting at the time. So Curran goes into his friend Lord Kilwarden to seek an order for habeas corpus. That's Latin, it means you may have the body. So when you have an order for habeas corpus, you get the physical body. And Kilwarden gives that order, but the sheriff, or there's a series of officials involved in, basically none of them will comply with the judge's order because they say somebody else has ordered us to do something else. And Kilwarden very bravely orders them all to be taken into custody. But then I think it's the surgeon of the jail appears in some capacity or another and says, we can't move Wolfe Tone because he's got an injury. He seems to have stabbed himself, and if we move him, he's going to die. So that said, he's basically left there, and he does indeed die after about 7 days, and if you think of this, that there are many emotions for many different kinds of people at this moment, because this is a moment when the great leader is dead. So what do you do? Curran must have felt himself, apart from being a friend of Tone, he'd done law cases with him and so forth, and we know from Tone's son that the two of them were politically aligned. Curran never joined the United Irishmen, but he was their close supporter, and if they'd succeeded, he would have been in the government and so forth. So it is ironic for Curran, because Curran, in his last speech to the House of the Parliament, said, "You must grant Catholic emancipation. If you don't, there will be a revolt. The revolt will be fostered by the government, and the revolt will be crushed, and the Parliament will be lost, and Ireland will be handed over to the bankers." So, in a sense, if you were to take Curran's position, Tone had been manoeuvred by Castlereagh and Wellington into a situation where we could now get the Act of Union, because there was this revolt here. Tone was bringing in the French. So he might be able to say that actually Tone succeeded in getting the very opposite of his design. He succeeded in creating not a separation of Ireland from Britain, but the Union. Leaving that aside and let you to ponder on that, I want to say two things by way of, as it were, by way of envoy. Firstly, I have oh great, you've got them there. Here's two pictures of on the left is an image of Wolfe Tone's death from the commemoration of 1898. And you see he's lying on a bed. There's an evil sentry looking at him. Below is a famous painting called The Death of Chatterton by Henry Wallace. And the death of Tone is patently modelled on the death of Chatterton. as a copyright lawyer, I can scarcely approve of this naked breach of copyright. But as an Irishman, I have to say, well, do what you like. Okay. So now if we could go on to the painting. Curran himself died in 18... the one of that one? That's it, yeah. Oh, yes, you've got it. I beg your pardon. It's on your left-hand side. Lovely. Curran died in 1817, and he had, among his progeny, was his beloved eldest daughter, Amelia, who accompanied her dad to most places when he was alive, and her dad left her some money. So she went, like other young people from this part of the world, she went to Rome to pursue a career as a painter. How so? Because under Napoleon's days, you couldn't get across Rome. And now that Napoleon is dead, the traffic lines are open again, and there was this wealth of artistic heritage in the Vatican. So a lot of young people who wanted to make a bit of money as artists, they would go and they would copy the paintings and sell them to the churches in Ireland and Britain that were just growing up. So Amelia goes to Rome, and she's friendly with Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein, and her husband Shelley, who were friends of her father. And Mary Shelley specifically says in a diary that unlike so many people who changed their politics after the death of Napoleon, so many people who had been on the left suddenly materially appeared on the right, Amelia stayed on the left. And on that basis, she was asked by Mary Shelley to paint her husband Shelley and to paint her children. And she was asked by Lord Cloncurry, a United Irishman, friend of her father, and a man who, to put in the language of the streets of Dublin, fancied her, to make a painting of the Madonna Bohème of Murillo, which is, I don't know if you can see there, but that's fine, it's a perfect copy, but there's something strange. You see, the Madonna seems to be wearing green. See on her lap, she's got a kind of green cloth. Now, how could that be? Well, it might be because her half-brother, Henry Grattan Curran, barrister, translator of Irish poetry, trustee of the Glasnevin Century, wrote the following song. Ah, Paddy dear, and did you hear the news that's going round? The shamrock is forbid by law to grow on Irish ground. St. Patrick's Day no more we'll keep, his colours can't be seen. For they're hanging men and women for the wearing of the green. For the wearing of the green, for the wearing of the green. They're hanging men and women for the wearing of the green. I met with Napper Tandy, and he shook me by the hand. He says, how is poor old Ireland, and how now does she stand? She's the most distressful country that ever yet was seen, where they're hanging men and women for the wearing of the green. For the wearing of the green, for the wearing of the green. They're hanging men and women for the wearing of the green. And if the colours we must wear is England's cruel red, let it remind us of the blood that Irish men and women have shed. Then take the shamrock from your hat and throw it on the sod, and never fear 'twill take root there, though underfoot 'tis trod. When law can change the blades of grass from growing as they grow, and when the leaves in summertime their colours dare not show, oh, it's then I'll change the colours that I wear in my corbeen. But till that day, please God, I'll stick to the wearing of the green. Sinead.
thanks very much, Ronan, for that multimedia experience. And Sylvie, rather you than me, Sylvie, have to follow that one. We're very lucky to have Dr. Sylvie Kleinman here today. Sylvie studied history and translation in Paris, and in Dublin her PhD examined the role of bilingual Irishmen, namely Wolfe Tone, in the military alliance that was drawn up with France in the 1790s. She then proceeded to undertake postdoctoral research at Trinity, which examined Tone's military career and travel writings. And she's published on many aspects of Tone's life and assisted C.J. Woods with the absolutely seminal publication of Volume 3 of Tone's writings. And really, if you're an historian of this period, it's those volumes and Tom Bartlett's edition revolutionised the possibilities for writing about Wolfe Tone. And also Sylvie's work, which has covered a lot of Tone from a very different perspective, really demonstrated that there's a tendency sometimes in Irish historiography to think X has written the book on that. We've got that now, we don't need somebody else to do it. But what Sylvie's work has shown by treating Tone as a cultural and literary figure as well as a political and military figure is just how much there was still to be revealed. From her on democracy, diary writing, and the Daffs, Facets of Wolfe Tone.
Thank you, Ultan. I'm reminded when Tone was in Paris and had to write some form of official description of his role for, I think, the French Minister for External Relations. And he wrote in his diary, awkward enough for an ambassador to write his own credentials. So, firstly, just like everyone else, I have to thank Bill, because this has been a project that has been forward moving for a few years, and it really is wonderful. Many of us felt with the decade of centenaries that, and I know those of you who were involved in this room, on the committee or on the periphery, felt everyone was piked out. I believe people have even done PhDs on the 1998 bicentenary of the rebellion, the first significant self-reflection of the Irish nation since 1922, apart from the one of the famine, the 175 years of the famine. And it went a little bit off the rails. There were people cycling up and down Wexford, whatever. But with the decade of centenaries, 1798 was completely obliterated, and that's a historical error, because as we know, it meant so much to the generation of 1916. So for those of us to get together, firstly, and secondly, the extraordinary day we had in Belfast yesterday, I'm conscious I'm the last speaker. I've only rewritten my paper 6 or 7 times in the past 24 hours. I really urge you to go online and take your time and appreciate each one of the papers, because really we've explored many different dimensions. So democracy, diary writing, and the Daffs. I've only just chosen Facets of Tone. And in the background you see his handwriting, that extraordinary phrase, to subvert the tyranny of our execrable government. You all know it. Louise? So also a few little images of this extraordinary place. It's interesting to be inside with its shadows and light and perspectives and, of course, its memories. The picture up at the top, the portrait, is a portrait of a French lady painted in 1796, has zero to do with Matilda Tone, and what I'm calculating would have been the age of little Frances. But we will look at that portrait again because it was painted when Tone arrived in France, so it freezes a mindset, it freezes fashions, but of course it has something to do with family life, gazing almost, you'd imagine, at a photographer, even though in this case it was a painter. Okay, next one, Louise. So when Dr. William James McNevin was being questioned by the secret committee of the House of Lords. He was one of the ones who had done a pact with the government to be exiled, banished forever, without revealing names, but speaking about the conspiracy of the United Irishmen, the links with France, and most importantly, what was the vision? What did they want to accomplish? And when McNevin, and indeed as well Thomas Addis Emmet, an overlooked, very important actor of history at this time, were questioned, what would you do with the question of an established church? Kind of hinting, would you re-establish the Catholic Church as the next established church? Now, unfortunately, they couldn't foresee the McQuaid era in the 20th century. But McNevin said, a medical doctor who traveled in Europe, I would have just as soon have established the Mohammedan Church in Ireland. And this, it's a flippant remark, but it's an interesting window into a late Enlightenment mindset, which was far more secularized than we realize. People will once again become religious in Ireland, as they will in many countries in the 19th century, and they will particularly become religious again. The specialists of the late 19th and early 20th century refer to this as the Irish devotional revolution. In the late 18th century, people were leading a much more relaxed life. McNevin was a man of science. He was very interested in geology. And they were very relaxed about religious practice. Bit by bit, it was not as important to them. And it was particularly, as we know from what went on in this room, under this roof, should be removed from political life. So the Catholic Convention met here. At a time, so did the United Irishmen. The United Irishmen would also rent out the Fishamble Street Music Theatre, as would the revival in the very early 1800s of the Catholic Society, of which O'Connell would become important. There's a print of O'Connell and the Catholics arguing, and it's in a theatre. So I reckon it's in the early 1800s in the Fishamble Street Theatre, and also in Capel Street. But of course, this place is synonymous with the Catholic Convention of 1792 and another one in April 93, in which I know far less. So I made the point yesterday, and of the papers that I very much urge you to listen to is Ultan's on the influence and inspiration of the French Revolution as a defining framework for Tone's political thinking and agency. And I made the point, and yes, I'm half French. I taught French history to undergraduates. I taught French historiography to undergraduates, how history has been written. And I very much lament, in the public world in particular, in certain documentaries, the constant reference being the guillotine. In the early years of the revolution in France, it was a political revolution. And you have this extraordinary image, which includes aristocrats. Obviously, Jean-Louis David has created drama and light coming in from the window. We could be here. We're in Versailles. We're in the, what do you call it in English? The tennis court, le jeu de paume. And these men will not separate until they've given France a constitution. This image, I worked for a while in Dublin Castle. This is 1795, a sub-Dublin committee of the General Committee of Catholics presenting an address congratulating Fitzwilliam for having been appointed viceroy. And I'll return to what's going on in that image and the linear, horizontal nature of it. Of course, that's a moment of hopes that will soon be shattered. So very briefly, in this charming hall, Catholic agitation. We're going to move to the next one, Louise. You have a renewal of reform agitation in the early 1790s, but it's taken to new heights due to the early political aspects of the French Revolution, which Tone referred to in that letter to Russell, which would damn him, but is so insightful for us, that morning star of liberty to Ireland, that very famous letter intercepted where he, and stored away until Fitzgibbon could wave it virtually at Tone's nascent reputation when Tone writes to Russell, the resolutions of the United Irishmen, I didn't go far enough. So this triggered a revolution in the political morality of the nation for the simple reason that religious identity was taken out of French political life. And by 1791 and 1792, yes, there will be a terror, and yes, horrific things will happen. And Napoleon is not going to end the revolution by eliminating everything and furthering. But France had been modernizing for decades and decades. And you will have men of a certain age, at one stage, a property qualification or a tax qualification, just like here, will be imposed, and they will nonetheless be given full civic rights. Now, very often, your voting card, your voter registration, accompanies a rifle. You got to be a soldier boy if you want to be a French citizen. But that will include Protestants, that will include Jewish people, and that will never go backwards. Irish Catholics in the early 1790s will begin to organize, but their peers, their gentry, and their prelates, 68 apostates, as Tone called them, will split from the General Committee. The triumph of the young democracy, the core that remains, much more secularized, much more radical, no gentry, no nobility, wealthy entrepreneurs who will want to go for full emancipation. So I couldn't find it where he refers to that break with the past of the Catholics in a servile and humiliating tradition of humbly petitioning. So, Paddy, you've got to do, like a Blackadder of the Catholics humbly petitioning, leaning over so far that they might actually fall over. Tone didn't want that anymore. And that's the significance of this image published in Walker's Hibernian in the following month to this event, is that none of them are servile or humble or petitioning. They're visually on the same exact level as the Viceroy, the Lord Lieutenant Fitzwilliam. They're also prosperous. You possibly were not sure who's who. Who's John Keogh? Who's Richard McCormick? John Keogh was extremely wealthy, had made money in business. I don't think Tone had an office here. They would have met very much in private, including in Mount Jerome, more homework for you, Bill, the home John Keogh built for himself. They would have met privately. So when they left here in the Lost and Found, what would you have found? Rosary beads? I suspect a silk cravat, a watch chain left behind, or a very fine glove. These were self-made men. When one of them or two of them would die, they would say, what wonderful citizens to Ireland. They donated more money in tax than, tax records were being broken because it was also the age of capitalism. Some of them, are on the bad list because they had imported sugar and made money baking sugar. But you see the same silk waistcoats that they could afford with their earned money as the elites to the other side. So Tone will become one of the, I think, 2 assistant secretaries, but much more quickly an agent to the Catholic Committee. He deals with their PR. He's like their communication officer. He's a legal advisor. Other United Irishmen, Simon Butler and others, will advise them when they're preparing the convention here, if this is legal. When he's in exile, Tone begins to write a history of the Catholic Committee, and that is published, even though it's only, a draft, if you wish, but it's perfectly coherent, and it's in the 3-volume Moody, McDowell, and Woods. So the most important thing to remember about this back lane Popish Congress, as the very frightened ascendancy termed it, is that it actually was truly representational of the Catholic population, obviously the male one, on this island. They had been accused of not really being representative, and Tone will write this in his autobiography, in that little history, and in his diary. So they elected from the bottom up, county per county, with a very elaborate committee system. They had legal advisors, Protestants helping them in the United Irishmen. This is legal, that's fine, you are now representative here. And for Tone, that word national is very, very important when he's re-remembering this in 1796. Of course, just in time, the Second Convention, 1793, for the Unlawful Assemblies Act. What the Catholics had done, interestingly, Here they go to see the Viceroy because he was a good guy. It was anticipated, he was hotly anticipated he was going to bring about Catholic emancipation, which might explain why after 6 weeks he's sent back to London. These Catholics agitating asked for full emancipation, not gradual emancipation. They also did something else. They went and petitioned the king in London when the traditional servile humiliation, as Tone had put it, was to go through Dublin Castle, and the Lord Lieutenant, the Viceroy, would then himself present it. So it would reach the elites and then it would be out of their hands. So it's quite extraordinary that Tone was twice in London. Did he stay in the hotel? I don't think he went to the levee to meet the king. I don't think he would have, but it's quite extraordinary. But there are manuscripts in his hand of the original petition to the king, and he would have shaped, and with his extraordinary skill as a writer, all their written documents. Okay, Louise, we're going to move on to diary writing. Now, I had the extraordinary experience a few years ago. We had a little seminar in Trinity of travel writing, and Dr. Anne Markey, who was an 18th century in the English department scholar, and we did work on children's literature. And anyway, she comes up to me. I was about to give a talk, and she's like, I can't stay. And she had this little book wrapped up in a kitchen paper towel. And she said, this has been in my aunt's cupboard, my great aunt's cupboard for years. You must have it. Now, what is it? It's an abridged version, very abridged, 1828, of Tone's autobiography. It actually also includes his diary. I'll get on to that in a moment. And this edition is called A Collection of the Most Instructive and Amusing Lives Ever Published. But of course, what did Sylvie inherit? And I'll get back to this in a moment. The frontispiece. So this is just exceptional. I'm actually, for some peculiar reason, going to email a 330 DPI to the Taylor's Hall. You never know, it might come in handy. In a lot of the abridged editions, they don't bother with the Irish diary, which would have broken Kenneth Dawson's heart yesterday, because the whole nexus of minds, of vibrant minds in Belfast, that Tone was a bit envious of, and it was the level of debate, the density of thinking and of conversation, which he absolutely loved. It was very gossipy, the Irish section of his diary. Too many, as Christopher would know, footnotes, because part of what I helped Christopher with, the third volume of the 3 volumes has the index for all 3 volumes. The first one and the second one, you had to wait for the third one for the index. And the amount of people that Tone mentions, it's very chatty, and places he went to and historical events, and obviously the literary quotations, and then just people he knew. All this had to have a scholarly apparatus, so you know who these people are. Most of these abridged editions have the autobiographical narrative, and they start the diary when it really hots up on the 2nd of February, 1796. I arrived in France yesterday. The real epic adventure, which he genuinely lived. So it's quite interesting. The other thing is we have to think of Thomas Davis and William Smith O'Brien and everything. Look at the size. So you imagine those pocket, you walk, or Rosamund Jacob or Alice Milligan, you could walk around with this. You could take it to the Phoenix Park and sit on a bench. Yeah, let's found a newspaper called The Nation. Okay, guys, let's go back into Dublin. It's a portable tone. So some of the qualities. Trinity College recently created a center for the book, research into publishing, manuscripts, how manuscripts are brought to print, why people write books, what type of books do they write. And I got an email and they asked me to join. So at the moment it's very medieval manuscripts, which is exceptionally important. But I'm beginning to look at a new research strand called the materiality of manuscripts. So here to the right, you see a passage early on, Tone's in France. It's his first serious negotiation with the Minister for External Relations, Charles de la Croix. And they're talking about a French invasion, how many men? And de la Croix says, oh my God, if we get that many men, well, we may as well just invade London. And Tone's really upset. So what he does in the diary is he embeds an interlayered conversation to his readers, and he opens brackets, and this is all underlined, but he also has a little pointy hand, nota bene. In this I lied a little to the minister, and you see how it's underlined. So various editors have transposed this in a different way, but he partially, involves the reader in his secret inner thoughts, and he's confiding in them. So that is one of the reasons to explain the appeal of the diary. Louise, obviously in France he was very lonely, but he became an accidental tourist, a kind of very knowledgeable one. And one day in July, or maybe early August 1796, "Today I scaled Montmartre, all alone," his own italics, his own emphasis. He would underline any words that a printer should put in italics. "I had a magnificent view of Paris at my feet, but it is terrible to have nobody to speak to or to communicate. The million of observations which rise and shine, evaporate and fall in my mind." And that is the vanity of human wishes. Thank you so much. And then he goes off immediately to something else that he's been thinking about. Money, money, money. I believe it has gone clear into the ground. So he's running out of money. But this is what Montmartre looked like in 1822. So you can imagine in 1796, it was still a village above Paris, but it gave you an extraordinary view. Okay, so to summarize a few elements, the reading experience, reading Tone, became a shared national experience. The diary and the autobiography in particular. William, his son, and Tom reissued it for 1998, published everything that had survived. Letters, political works, tracts, pamphlets, and scraps that had survived. But in many of the abridged editions, particularly a very influential edition published by R. Barry O'Brien, that was, I happen to know, the edition that Joseph Mary Plunkett's family still has. I asked in St. Enda's if they had a library, which edition of Tone. They don't have Tone's autobiography. But the reissuing revived interest, and most of them, the political pamphlets, are not interesting. What they really are getting at is the lived history, the diary and the autobiography. It's instructive, it educates, it inspires. Pearce will call it a gospel of Irish nationalism. The diary actually becomes autobiographical because Tone is historicizing the genuine drama of his life as he is living it. The passage when he meets General Bonaparte, who in 1797 is rising but is not yet Napoleon. So Napoleon, spoke Italian, probably his second language was Latin, and his third language, we assume, was French. And it is said that he was shy, he was inward looking, he loved reading. Was he bullied in school for whatever reason? But it's said that he spoke French with a bit of an accent, and maybe he had a chip on his shoulder. So he meets Tone with another obscure United Irish envoy called Lewins, and they are talking about what will become not the 1798 invasion of Ireland, but as we know, your man will go off to Egypt. So they meet in Paris, and they have 2 or 3 meetings, and Tone describes him sitting in a chair and pensive about, and he says later on, "I've met the greatest man in Europe." So this is even before Ridley Scott got his hands on him, and many, many others. It's extraordinary the amount of friends I have whom I thought weren't interested in history, and I thought assumed I'm not that interested in Napoleon, who've been asking me about the film. Tone writes in his diary, "Bonaparte then asked me where I had learned to speak French, and I replied, and I think lying a little, I learned the little that I know only since I arrived in France roughly 2 years before." Then he ends the diary entry by saying, "As to the barbarity or eloquence of my French, I will never know why he inquired, and I will leave it up to the scholars of future generations to investigate." Well, you know, when you're filling out those forms for a PhD and you can't exactly put, quote, Napoleon, you've got the subject handed on a silver platter. Tone talks so much about language. He understood it, he spoke it, he would have learned it here in salons with, you know, in social gatherings and Mrs. Martin with Irish-speaking people. But once you're a human and an adult and you're on a mission, on a political mission, and also surrounded by people speaking, when he arrives in Normandy, they're speaking a regional patois. France is only beginning to become universally a French-speaking nation. Literacy was one of the missions of the French Revolution, and education. So he's hearing regional accents, and like everyone else, he's hearing slang. He picks up some slang. He picks up some extraordinary slang. He's later on you know, that's it. He's in the uniform. He's traveling with the French army, and they're at some dinner. Maybe it's when he's on the Holland expedition. And he's writing in English, and he refers to a general. He said, oh yeah, and he had kasha in French, kasha on his uniform. So I had to look that up. Well, as many of you know, I will not demonstrate. Kasha is to spit. And it's actually military jargon slang for all your medals here. And all your finery. So he picked that slang up from other French officers who's probably saying, look at your man with all this kasha on him. Quite extraordinary. But Tone also is translating. He understands a document that's under his eyes in French. And I managed to demonstrate without too much difficulty, because like a lawyer, he left too many clues in his diary and in the French archives. He actually becomes an ad hoc military linguist and translator. So I even gave a paper at the Imperial War Museum on Tone as a military linguist. The diary and the autobiography are different genres. The autobiography is quite linear. It's quite formal. He says it's only written for his sons and his wife and maybe his sister, but you begin to see this is not an intimate document. You know, this is going any public, and people who rejected his politics, many of them over the generations will comment. They read it because it was an insight into his character. The diary becomes a bit more fluid, a bit more experimental, but by and large it's extremely well structured. His punctuation is unbelievable. His choice of lexis, of words, is unbelievable. He loved language and he loved writing. It's elegant, it's eloquent. Yes, he becomes an accidental tourist, a travel writer, a chronicler of French history, but he's also very funny and very engaging. He draws the reader into intimate details. It becomes what, in literary theory, of which I know less than nothing, dialogical. It's interactive. It's actually immersive. And as Declan Kyberd wrote, it leaves a big space for the reader to be involved. Okay, we're going to move on now to Matty and the Daffs. The Daffs is a nickname he had for the children. And once in the diary, he doesn't see them from December 1795 to May 1797. And all of a sudden, what is she doing now? And the little fanfan, which again is slang for children. The painting up at the top is absolutely not his daughter Maria, but once again, it's the daughter of a bishop visiting Rome. But the young woman is being taught what the Roman figures and the legends and the mythology are on this elaborate sculpture. She's being educated. And in the late 18th century, you have many paintings of either kids having fun, family portrait, or children at play. So family life is becoming more important. Again, this lady is not Matilda, roughly the same age. The child, roughly the same age as Francis. The apple, a symbol of fidelity, and she's dressed in this kind of neoclassical, very late 18th century, very, very simple style. It really is quite evocative. You can imagine someone carrying this with them. The very tragic picture was drawn by William, visiting his sister Maria's grave in Paris after she died of tuberculosis. So I assume we have a child's rendition of cypress trees in a cemetery. I've never been able to identify which one. So the family in America give me permission to do this. It's tragic, and yet it's a child wistful thing. He's visiting Maria. He doesn't say her grave. He's visiting Maria. Now on to the letter. So just one or two The second letter surviving from Tone to his wife, he talks about the founding of the United Irishmen here in Dublin, and she's out in Kildare. And then in the middle of the letter, he says, "Oh, I'm sorry you have a return of that pain in your back." Now, William's only 6 months old. "Willie is growing too strong for you, and therefore I beg you may wean him immediately. He's old enough now, and you must not injure your health for that little monkey, especially when you know how precious it means to me." And when William is editing this many years later, he'll write a footnote. "Good words, Papa." How did Tone know anything about weaning? Well, his mother kept having children as he was growing up, and he was the oldest, so maybe he had heard conversations. William describes the warmth of his father. He is someone who few men have enjoyed so completely, the happiness of loving and of being beloved. His wife and family he perfectly adored, and he had a circle of intimate friends. So we now have a big chunk in the volume 3 of copies of letters that Tone had written to his wife. He copied his letters. We only have one surviving letter of Matilda, or Mattie, as he called them. So they had nicknames. The daughter, Maria, becomes like a companion to her mother, and Tone will write to his daughter and say, "How's your dear Mattie?" So the daughter's actually calling her mum by her first name. But they also had nicknames. So I'm going to go briefly through this. We're nearly finished. So Maria, this is the only surviving letter. It's quite extraordinary. Louise? Thank you. So you see the child's been taught to write. She's 11 years old. Very neat. The same gap between the lines. This isn't your computer, you choosing 1.5 or double-spaced. So my dearest father, now they've met, they're settled outside Paris, and he's off with the army. I've now room to write you a long letter, everything that's happened. We arrived in Paris, blah-de-blah, I'm learning French, or whatever. Mama is very well. Matilda had very, very poor health, particularly after the second transatlantic voyage going back to Europe. I never knew her in better health and spirits. She and I read your journals, and we are delighted with them. I've not yet begun to write my travels. He had encouraged her to write a diary of her experiences and her travels. The children, her little brothers, are as well as they can be. William is good, and Frank is as great a tyrant as ever. I often think of you, how happy we'd be. The other day we took a walk near the banks of the Seine. Well, I've kind of geolocated it. It just happens to be where Manet and Monet, 80 years later, will paint. And then, this is so cool, she ends, "My dear Fadolf," a nickname. I wish it was possible for you to know how much I love you, how much I regret your absence. The next time you write to Mama, write me a long letter. So it's like a WhatsApp. I miss my kids, you know, I can think of certain people's kids I saw on their WhatsApp. Fadolf, I think one of the kids or Tone had a lisp. So maybe little Francis would call his father Fadolf, so it becomes a nickname that she embeds in writing. Now, maybe I'll end with this. Pierce at Bodenstown. Now and then there breaks into what Tone is writing or saying. The Tone wasn't talking to Pierce, but we know in the diary it's live. Tone is writing, as he says, at the moment, whatever thoughts are through my mind. So it's like a blog. Whatever he's writing or saying, a gust of passionate love for his wife, for his children. "Oh, my babies, he exclaims. You can imagine a group of ardent nationalists sitting at Bodenstown. Pierce had read the section of the diary. Tone is in France. He's just arrived in Meadhbh. The mission is beginning. It's culture shock, and what am I doing? And he hears of a shipwreck just within, people could have seen it, from the harbor in Meadhbh, of a French woman who'd been exiled from France due to the terror, but was coming back because now things had calmed down. And she drowns with her 2 children. And he says she could have been saved, but she drowned with the little ones. What her husband must feel. And this vision will devastate him. So several times, all of a sudden, he'll think about storms and shipwrecks. "Oh, my babies, my babies." But that struck at Pierce's heart. Yes, this man could love well. It was from such love as this he exiled himself, which such love as this crushed in his faithful heart that he became a weary but indomitable ambassador to courts and camps. With the memory of such love as this, the little hands of his children plucking at his heartstrings. And you can imagine they're all envisioning this, because they would have seen this in the newspapers in 1898, that he lay down to die in his cell. Final thing, Tone sometimes decorated his diary, and yesterday Katrina showed us the cover of The Rebel's Wife, written by Rosamund Jacob. Well, when Tone finishes the first chunk of diaries written after that memorable historic journey to Belfast, that's the scroll he puts at the end of the diary. So, and when I publish, I'm going to have illustrations. I'm just going to finish. Tone created an extraordinary literary artifact. I think in Western European civilization of that period, it's quite unique. It's unprecedented in Irish history. Reading him became a shared experience. 20th century historians have recently discovered the history of emotion. It's all there. It's all there. And everyone absorbed it. So my final slide is just once again to thank Bill, as everyone else has been thanking, and thank you all for coming here today.
Okay, we started the panel a bit late, so we're going to have time for a couple of questions. If anyone would like to volunteer themselves, the first question. Yeah, please, Paddy. Yes.
Sorry, I was outside listening to Sylvie on YouTube. I was sitting on my shirt tonight. Ronan, that was an amazing piece. I just pushed back a little bit, as I might be my want, as I have a show called The Murder of the Wolfe Tone. So I'm one of those people that see that in the grave, and even at times William Tone, who questioned the man of his father's death. There's just two things that strike me. On Saturday, November 10th, after his trial, he was visited by Curran and Burroughs in his cell. So they would have made him aware that on Monday they would be fighting for the trial to be made illegal. I'm absolutely sure of that. Also, his letters, all of that, the calmness that he shows in the letters and all the rest of it. I just have a huge doubt about what happened to him, because the only reports we really have are from his jails. And so therefore, I have a major issue, as well as even in the illustrations we don't see the razor. Yeah. And of course, Sandy's being collected, well, collected not just Tone's death mask, but his Emmett's death mask was terribly remiss by not having the razor, which would have been a real collector's item. And I just think that the whole thing on Monday itself is very strange. Curran did request for a civil surgeon to go up, so he wasn't that accepting of what happened. He wanted someone to check, did this really happen? And so I'm just putting those little things out there because I have a whole different theory about what happened to Wolfe Tone. And it's just, you know, but again, and that's the kind of thing.
In Matthew Tone's account of those days, so I beg pardon, which I was drawing on, he raises a suspicion of foul play, you know, towards the end of his account. I've done some criminal law myself. I'm not therefore an expert on it, right? But it's very hard for me to pull away from, like, the tradition is, as my friend Seamus Dean says, or as Seamus Heaney says, that basically Wolfe Tone, he stabbed himself because he was in the Roman tradition. He was defying the authorities of his opposition, and he was like Brutus and Cassius, a republican death, which is an honourable death. You can't, and I didn't. You can't say that as if it was a matter of scientifically proven knowledge.
Yes.
Equally, I'm listening to the points that you're making. Do you know what I mean? And you're talking about a very complex, heightened time. If I may make this point, and it's a very Irish thing to defend your ancestor to the end of the earth, but Curran doesn't make a case for the murder of his client. Curran is the lawyer that Karl Marx said was the only great lawyer of the 18th century. Curran was a formidable creature. And it's hard to think of him missing the murder of the man that he'd fought so hard to save. That's not evidence of anything, it's an opinion.
I agree, and I suppose, as Sylvie might agree too, that at that time, Republicans and even people on Tone's side would have said, look, the story of his noble choice to defy the hangman is far better than to say he was murdered in prison. And by the way, these guys will arrest us and murder us. And I really appreciate your antecedent. I just wish he got more of them off.
So do I.
Yeah,
so did
exactly.
He.
So did he, of
they.
course. So did he, of course. And just the only thing I will say is that, you know, it is worthwhile exploring both elements. I have a thing called losers' history. The winners don't just write history; the losers write it too. And I think that's one of their examples.
As my Jesuit teachers would have said here, there's no dispute. It's a difference of emphasis.
Exactly. Or as the great Tommy from History Ireland might say, he died of a cutthroat. Who did it or not, we don't know. All we do know is in the coroner's inquest, it did say that if it was a quarter of an inch more, the wound would have been fatal. So far from being a bad anatomist, Tone was excellent. He didn't hit anything vital.
Can I just say, I'm on the suicide wing of it, but just to put a bit of balance to it, we must remember what happened to Oliver Bond. They tell us that Oliver Bond died of natural causes after being sentenced to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. He shouldn't have been. They couldn't do him in that way because the deal had been done with the state prisoners. The executions were to stop. Oliver Bond was murdered in the cell by his jailer, so they were quite capable of doing it if it needed to be done.
They would, but if you had a court of law, that evidence wouldn't be omitted because it's called similar fact evidence. If the jailers had done in 500 other prisoners, doesn't mean to say they did in Wolfe Tone.
Okay, thank you. I think
we'll have a drink over this one. Sorry for
or we'll pick it up in the Q&A afterwards. We'll one more comment, please.
Just when Sylvie's discussion on his French and the Latin. I know Paddy's doing his play tonight and tomorrow, but how did Wolfe Tone sound? We know how he looked, but an Anglo-English or Anglo-Irish and trained over in England, what would he sounded Shakespearean, or what would the delivery have been like? I'm just trying to envision my own.
What would he have sounded like?
Yes. Yeah.
That's a great question. Sorry, go ahead.
Very quickly. Only time, maybe Ridley Scott could recreate a man of his background and his education and who he networked with, what his accent would be. He arrives in Paris, he goes to the American ambassador, and he gives a letter to the secretary. He goes in to chat to the ambassador, and when he's leaving, he gets his credential. Let's say he's picking up his passport. And he says, the secretary smoked me, in other words, revealed, identified me immediately as an Irishman. And I suspect that would help one of the arguments that in Paris he would only speak French because a lot of the English were posing as Americans. You speak French, you kind of what accent you're from the north of Melbourne and the south of Boston, But accent-wise, you mean D4? Is that what you mean? We don't know. But he was a dub. How long has the Dublin accent existed? And
There's a great one on that in Pope. Hail thou, great Anna, whom three realms obey, doth sometimes counsel take, and sometimes tay. Tay is 18th century Dublin English, which we still use for, would you like a cup of tea? Or in Moore Street, they had things called standings, but the Dublin people called it a stanning. That's 18th century English. So if Tone was an 18th century dub, as it were, there might have been an echo of those words in what he spoke. But sorry, Diane.
John Wilkes said of Edmund Burke that his oratory stank of whiskey and potatoes. And the last speaker of the Irish House of Commons, John Foster, when he went over to England, and he was referred to in the Commons as Mr. Speaker.
Okay, sorry, Bill, do you want to finish up?
Yeah, we're going to move on.
Thank you very much. God, that was unbelievable, you guys. Thank you all, Tom. Okay, we're ready to move into our roundtable. We're so lucky today to have with us Donal Fallon. Donal is a historian of Dublin with a particular interest in social history of the city. He's the founder of the most popular Come Here to Me blog in 2009. Since 2019, he has presented the Three Castles Burning podcast, exploring the many histories of Irish capital. His previous publications include 14 Henrietta Street, From Tenement to Suburbia, 2021. He's formerly the historian in residence at the Dublin City Council. I think you're going to be vastly entertained by this, and I can't wait myself. Donal? We got it.
Who else is coming up? Fergus? Fergus.
We got one. We'll figure out a second. Great. So hello. You're all most welcome to this most historic of venues. Bill, I can remember when I met you a few months ago about this. The passion you had for it was fantastic, and there are lots of people in this town who say they'll do something and it never happens. But you made this great 3-day event happen so quickly, which was extraordinary. And yeah, I was really happy to be asked to put together a roundtable of sorts for this. Today we've heard papers from Sylvie Kleinman and Ronan Sheehan, two great authorities on their subjects. Brendan McSivna unfortunately couldn't join us today, but that allowed me to bring in someone who spoke yesterday in Belfast and who was a great authority on the United Irishman in Dublin. Fergus Whelan is the author of several biographies on prominent members of the society and the wonderfully titled book, actually one of my favourite subtitles for a book ever published in this country, Descent into Treason, Unitarians, King Killers, and the Society of the United Irishman. Those fascinating intersections of Irish and English republicanism, amongst other things, there in Fergus's work. We've already redeemed Conor Cruise O'Brien today. Maybe Oliver Cromwell is next, who knows. So yesterday, unfortunately, I couldn't make it to Belfast. I found myself in the National Museum with young students looking at, amongst other things, the flag that flew in the breeze in 1916 over the General Post Office. And I pointed out to those students that the young man who painted that flag in Rapmines, of all places, was called Theo Fitzgerald. Or to give him his full name, he was Theobald Wolfe Tone Fitzgerald. He was Fitzpatrick, pardon me. He was 18 in 1916, so doing the maths on that, he was born during the centenary of 98. Robert Emmett Briscoe comes to mind as another example. I recall the bicentenary to reveal my own youth. My classmates were between 8 and 10 years of age. We were dressed up like little Napoleonic soldiers, and we had a great singer from Chapelizod who often sang in this place, Frank Hart, come in and sing all those great songs for us, like the Shan Van Vogt. And we knew nothing about Algeria or any French crimes at that age. You know, Napoleon was a hero, and 1798 was pretty simple at that age. But between 1898 and 1998, I suppose, look, a lot has changed and evolved in how we see these events, and the people on this round table have all contributed to how we see these events now. Sylvie, I suppose at the very beginning, one thing you did that I thought was great was you talked about that revolutionary generation. They were people who were obsessed by the past. When the volunteers surrendered and were making their way to Richmond Barracks, they saluted at the spot where Robert Emmet had been executed. For them, I mean, you can't really understand the revolutionary generation of the early 20th century without having a sense of 98 and its meaning.
Well, Helena Maloney, in her Bureau of Military History witness statement, many of them reference the 1898 events, and she says that's where it really took off, and she would have been among the slightly older ones. Now, in fairness, there's two things we need to think about, and it's the final time I'm going to mention a certain film coming out on Wednesday. But the concept of the hero, of the leading figure, of the founding father of the United Irishmen. For example, we'd need a lot more work. What sources would we have? On Napper Tandy, on Thomas Addis Emmet, on men that he spoke of very, very commendably, who also motivated Tone. But the concept of a leadership and of someone creating, a foundational thing. Yet the 1916 leaders, very interestingly, and tomorrow Patrick Gagan will be here, they had lived through the 1903 centenary. And they were studying the plans, Emmet's plans. Obviously, there were plays about Emmet and Sarah Curran. They were conscious of Lord Edward Fitzgerald as well. In 1898, in that extraordinary procession, the Shears brothers were very much a part of that. But yet you have this monomythic figure, Tone, that emerges. But I really think that that's because they had something to read. You see, and Marion Elliott in her wonderful book, Remembering Emmet, says it's extraordinary. You have maybe, 10, 12 documents surviving from Emmet, and then you have one of them in French, which was my first article published with Tommy exactly 20 years ago. But, and the Sarah Curran story, which also adds to the human side. They would have read Madden and Lord Edward Fitzgerald, and yet this extraordinary figure of Tone, which I think the Wolfe Tone cult a little bit distorts his actual life, his genuine life, but I think they were very conscious of a movement. And we need to remember Rosamund Jacob wrote a novel about Tone's wife, but she wrote a book about the United Irishmen, all of them.
Yeah, and I think if Pearson was a member of any cult, it was the cult of Robert Emmet. And they talk about Pearson, the post office, on the first day of the Rising. He stands on a table and he tells the volunteers, "We've undone the shame of Emmet's rebellion." Yeah. And I don't think he meant that Emmet's rebellion was a shame, but that the people of Dublin hadn't risen with Emmet. But it is extraordinary, isn't it? The son of an English Unitarian and an Irish Gaelic mother, as he describes himself, calling Bodenstown the holiest place in Ireland. These issues, of course, were local, but I mean, there's a lot of international issues in this story too. And I remember you wrote a great review in History Ireland some years ago about a documentary, terrible title for a documentary, Daniel O'Connell, Forgotten King of Ireland. Forgotten by who? I don't know. I don't think anyone's forgotten O'Connell. But in that review, you talked about how in 2015, a large exhibition, the Waterloo exhibition, the Phoenix Park, displayed a timeline of events. 1789 was illustrated with a single reductionist head on a pike. The French Revolution's influence on Ireland and on people who gathered in this very room was far more complex than that.
Yes, and there were heads on pikes in Ireland while Wellington's career. That was to commemorate Wellington. Again, none of us will deny the terror, but as this was happening, France was modernizing. Her institutions were modernizing. The education program, also to unify the country, the system of the departments, maps. They were copying things in the Louvre. You can still get copies in the Louvre, about €300, a little gift for someone, a bust. And they were sending them down to main towns for people to begin to understand art and admire art. They were creating elite schools for young men, engineering schools, military schools. But I think the most important thing was that religious identity, not saying there wasn't a problem with religion, because the French, they continued, and especially in the 19th century, between secularism, secular schooling, big debate about separation of church and state, and how in 1905, how France was transformed and what that means today. Because schoolroom was meant to be a sacred space where all little French citizens could learn about that their ancestors were the ancient Gauls. So, once you have little black kids, that doesn't make sense. But I think the reduction, particularly in popularist culture and, British-leaning history, that's why Ultan's paper yesterday was so welcome, and I urge you to listen to it. But I think we all need to combat it. Very much. That's why I meant to show an indoor political revolution, just like the founding fathers of the United States, to broaden your horizons, and also the Wikipedia, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen.
Brilliant. Fergus, when I was putting this together and reading Brendan McSivna's work, he did a lot of work on the 98 rebellion in southwest Ulster. And he had a line about the rebellion up there, and he talked about how the United Irishmen in that part of the country, they, quote, grew out of existing beliefs, structures and networks, and were not necessarily externally imposed. In other words, it wasn't that people in Ulster heard about the French Revolution and became Republicans. There was a lot of local factors in it. In your case, you've shown that clearly in Dublin, that there was a kind of whole host of very localised beliefs and factors in radicalism, including kind of religious faith.
Well, one of the things that opened a window for me in this was when Drennan was on trial in 1794 for seditious libel. The prosecution were trying to prove this guy was in league with the French. He wants to bring a French revolutionary army to invade Ireland. Now, he writes a defence to offset that. Now, he never actually delivered a defence, because when his lawyers saw it, they said, that'll hang you, that's not going to help. But he was very proud of it, and only years and years afterwards, in Safer Times, he went back and he printed what his defence was. And he said, I am the son of an honest man, a Protestant dissenting minister from the town of Belfast. My father was a friend of good, and may I say of great men, of Bruce, Abernethy, Dougal and Hutchinson. That group of people he was talking about were what Jim Smyth referred to yesterday as real Whigs. These were people in the 1730s who had a whole set of beliefs that were basically Republican. Sometimes they call themselves Commonwealth men. And again, I was glad that Jim made the point yesterday that these Republicans weren't necessarily anti-monarch. They were anti some monarchs. They were anti the Stuart monarchy, certainly. Some of them were, they were certainly pro-Williamite. And for instance, William Drennan's first name probably tells you something. If first names mean anything, maybe Oliver Cromwell Bond's name might tell you something. When I started to look at this first, there was the United, for instance, William Drennan was walking down about 1891-ish, before the King of France is arrested. And he meets a friend of his who says to him, there you are, how many kings have you killed today? This is long before the King of France has even been arrested. And then when you look at the records, you see that, for instance, the famous informer, the Sham Square, Francis Higgins, the Sham Square, when he's reporting on Oliver Bond's group of United Irishmen in Pill Lane, he says, the king killers of Pill Lane had a meeting last night where the most abominable Republican oaths were sworn. And by the way, one of the oaths was great, to George the Last. I love that. So, Drennan's point was that there was a stream of republicanism in Ireland long before the French Revolution. And it was all to do with that civic republicanism. And again, a huge part of it was in that liberal Presbyterian tradition. For instance, the liberal Presbyterians, their big thing in religion was freedom of conscience. Nobody, no priest, no hierarchy should tell any Christian what their opinion should be. Once you start thinking in religious terms like that, it's very easy to switch that to politics. And for instance, why, if nobody can tell a liberal Protestant what to believe, why should anybody discriminate against Catholics because they choose to believe in transubstantiation or so on? So there's a whole sort of civic republican liberal tradition that predates the French Revolution and predates the American Revolution. And I would say even the main philosopher in that tradition is, to my mind, a man that was mentioned by Drennan in his defence, Francis Hutchinson. Francis Hutchinson is basically the preeminent philosopher that informed the United Irishmen. Everything, all his principles, for instance, the anti-slavery principles, he's condemning slavery before there's any abolitionist movement anywhere in the world. Francis Hutchinson here in Dublin is condemning slavery right from the beginning to the end of the United Irishmen. One of their things was the end of slavery.
McSivan in his work talks about the rights of man, Tom Paine's defining pamphlet. There was an edition printed in Derry actually before the famous edition in Belfast, and Wolfe Tone would describe the rights of man as the Quran of Belfast. But you're very much a historian interested in the history of ideas. I mean, in a Dublin context, the printing press was massive, really, wasn't it, in mobilising all of this? Patrick Byrne's bookshop in Grafton Street, he was printing things like Equiano's anti-slavery texts, Wolfe Tone's pamphlet. But really, rights of man is so important here, and we've spoken about pain before.
Somebody
Pain,
yesterday,
we don't think pain.
Somebody yesterday made a point that there was more copies of the rights of man sold in Ireland than anywhere else in the world. Now, we were all amazed. How could that be true? But then somebody said per capita. But nonetheless, Paine. Everybody who wrote on Paine as a person, he was a very awkward, shy person. He didn't make friends easily. And in fact, he was a bit intolerant, I suppose. He was a bit choosy about his friends. But one person who was very, very clearly his friend was Lord Edward Fitzgerald. They became extremely close when they were in France together. And when Lord Edward decided he needed to get out of France with his young wife, Pamela, just when the King of France was about to go to the shop, because he knew once that happened, war would break out, and he wouldn't be able to get back to Ireland. So he got out of there just around, I'm not sure whether it was just after or just before the execution, but in January of 1793 he arrives back in Ireland. He calls to see William Drennan, and they talk about whether Paine had expressed the wish to come to Ireland and whether that would be a good idea. And Drennan said to him, if Paine comes to Ireland, it's exactly the same as him coming to England. He would go to the gallows. So under no circumstances should Paine come to Ireland. Now, some people have the wrong impression that Paine did actually come to Ireland, but he never did. He wanted to, but he never did, and it would have been a very foolish move for him had he come.
And humour often wins the day in politics. The argument that a hereditary monarch is as ridiculous as a hereditary mathematician still stands good. Ronan, next year is the 10th anniversary of the passing of Shane McAmosh, the great historian of Glasnevin Cemetery. And I was rereading a piece that you wrote in the Dublin Review, and you touched on it in your talk today about a visit to Glasnevin. My great story about Shane is that I wanted to get Parnell moved. The Parnell family wanted him buried in Mount Jerome, and he ended up in Glasnevin. He said, this is Hotel Glasnevin, you never check out. Once you're in, you're in. But you talked about explaining your case to Shane that Curran's was a Republican grave. How did he take that?
Oh, this happened about 10 years ago. A friend of mine, a barrister friend of mine, invited me to go on a tour of Glasnevin with the Legal Historical Society. So I said, sure, let's do it. And Shane McAmosh was giving the tour. Shane's father was Eamon McAmosh, who was a well-known Dublin Republican, had written a famous book called, what was this? So famous, I can't remember the title.
He wrote Me Jewel and Darlin Dublin,
yeah.
In another hotel, Mountjoy.
That's right, okay. So we're on the tour anyway, and Shane is very erudite because he also couldn't resist. Here's a bunch of lawyers. He has sitting ducks. And so he can't resist diverting the tour to Republican graves every so often. That, in Dublin that means, or in Ireland that means somebody who was shot by the Free State in the Civil War. That's a Republican grave. So I said to him, I said, I've got to hit back at this. I said, well, my ancestor Curran, he's in a Republican grave. He was a lawyer. What do you think of that, Shane? He died in 1817, but Daniel O'Connell said he was the soul of the Irish Republic, and he was buried under a tomb that was specifically crafted in imitation of the tomb of the Scipios in Rome. And the Scipios were this ancient Roman Republican family. So by putting him under that tomb, Daniel O'Connell was saying he's a Republican. So it's a Republican grave. Just that he wasn't shot in the Civil War by the staters.
And Curran is outside of the organisation, as
has that disadvantage,
as you detailed today. But could you give a sense, I suppose, of the scale of the organisation and its influence within the same profession? I mean, it recalls not least John and Henry Shears, but there are others too.
Oh, well, there was many lawyers who were in this thing, like Wolfe Tone is a barrister, Robert Emmett is a barrister, Thomas Addis Emmett is a barrister, Philpot Curran obviously is a barrister, the brothers Shears are barristers. I mean, my sense of it, in those days was that law was a kind of a catch-all profession, you know what I mean? If you couldn't think of anything else to do, you went to the bar, you know, and because you could always get involved politically on whatever things. It's interesting that in Curran's case, Curran has the distinction of meriting 2 verses in Byron's Don Juan, in his great epic poem. Curran features there with Erskine, who's a Scottish lawyer, who's like considered on the same par as him. But there were, in those days, they were kind of humanist lawyers in the sense, you know, that they were well read, they were philosophical, they had political ideas. They weren't just trotting out what the law book said.
Yeah, it'd be interesting actually, given your own expertise, to hear how you view the young Tone. You know, Marion Elliott, in that great biography, she writes about Wolfe Tone's notes on the Irish bar and suggesting, her words, that there was not so much disillusionment, that came retrospectively, as an ambitious young barrister analysing the means by which others had reached the top. It's interesting to imagine had life gone differently.
That's quite fun. In Sean O'Phelan's biography of Daniel O'Connell, he says, now Daniel O'Connell joined the bar, one of the filthiest trading posts ever known to man, the Irish bar before the Union.
Sylvie, I mentioned the shares.
There's a lovely... Daniel O'Connell, of course, is a stunning leader and a stunningly good lawyer. But my famous law case of his is this. He's defending a man on a trial of murder in Kerry, in Tralee. And the jury goes out, and it comes back. And the clerk says, how do you find the accused? And the foreman of the jury says, guilty. And O'Connell says, how can you find him guilty when the man he's supposed to have murdered is standing at the back of the court? And the foreman says, he robbed my horse 2 weeks ago. He's guilty of something.
Sylvie, I mentioned the Shears brothers in their own way. That brings us back to France.
Just very quickly. Yeah. One of the Shears brothers, they were 2 brothers from Cork, and one of them notoriously had dripped his handkerchief in the blood of the king at the execution. And he used to bring that around to dinner parties. That interested the authorities.
I suppose going back to France, Sylvie, Leopold Bloom, we're told in Ulysses, had a copy of The Life of Napoleon on his bookshelf. Yeah. And I know you don't want to talk about the film, but the world is on the cusp of Ridley Scott's Napoleon. To hell with the historian seems to be Ridley Scott's line. Reading Ferreter yesterday in the Irish Times. I want to get back to this time in France, and I love how you write about Tone as an accidental tourist. The first biography I read of Wolfe Tone was a very political biography published by a political party by Sean Cronin. But I mean, you present a much more kind of, I suppose, a human Wolfe Tone. You describe it as classic travel literature. Give us a kind of brief picture of that young man.
Well, firstly, we have Christopher Woods is present here, and he wrote a really important journal article about travel writing as a source for historians. And now that has snowballed quite a bit. But you see, the disciplines, not only in the world of readership and the public outside a history department, outside academia, Irish history has been very much political history and guided by nationalism. In other countries, you know, Tone would have been admired for his global legacy much, much more. And not only just his quote-unquote gospel of Irish nationalism. Other people have written. McNevin rambled in Switzerland after his exile in Ireland. Thomas Addis Emmet made a trip in his youth to the continent, which I wish I would know more about. So there are many, many travel journals. Tone would have read them and finally was doing a trip. Now, the interesting thing is when he's traveling around the continent, so it's a small block, it's France and part of French-occupied Europe, so essentially the Rhineland, part of Belgium, part of Luxembourg, and part of Holland, which other people would have traveled. But he makes comparisons. So he's somewhere on the Rhine and he compares it to the Shannon. And a little bit off the question you asked me, but he misses Ireland. And when he's in France and misses Ireland, and his wife hasn't arrived yet, when she's still in America, and Ireland's finished because he's banished from it. It's interesting. He once also says something about the beauty of the Wicklow Mountains. And he quotes a song, a poem, The Kilruddery Hunt. I don't live too far from there. So all of a sudden, Ireland is emerging when he's making comparisons. So that's a common denominator you get in travel writing. But also at the beginning when he arrives, the first few pages when he's completely lost in Normandy. And it was Professor Jean-Paul Piquion in Trinity in the French department who told me, he said, well, how could he couldn't have understood because Normandy patois, he was in an inn and they gave him an awful stew and he couldn't complain. But the guy wasn't, you know, from the academy in Paris where you quote Voltaire. He was just a guy serving stew in an inn, probably not speaking national French. So all of this is in the diary. And also the bungling traveler making fun of himself. And he quotes all sorts of quirky plays that no one had ever heard of. I remember reading one in the National Library because it wasn't digitized. Because I was laughing. It was all about Englishmen, written by an Englishman, Samuel Foote, bungling when they arrive in France and all the French laughing at them. So another, but he's also experiencing a grand tour he'd never done. Now just a final point, I was at a wonderful conference many years ago in France on people traveling to France during the war, or French people leaving France during the war and traveling somewhere else. It was called The Republic on the Road, La République en Voyage. And Tone actually wrote at a time when you had a senior English military probably accompanying the British ambassador. And that senior military man, their name is at home in notes, his wife wrote an account. She was an elite woman. And then you had a British envoy to Malmesbury, to France. And then you had Pinckney's wife, the American. So they're all more or less at the same time as Tone. We need to remember there are no tourists. It's like COVID. You're allowed on a plane because you're a diplomat or a doctor, that's it. So you get these very few travel accounts. And you could go into a political government building, you could go into Leinster House and watch a sitting and, you know, they'd give you a ticket and everyone commented like Tone.
Benjamin Franklin's account of Dublin is another one that comes to mind.
A similar one. So Tone was a privileged tourist, but he was also curious and observant. So that's what, and you know, there's one extraordinary, he's in a church, which has now once again become a Catholic church. It's actually, you know, when they have near the coup in Paris, and it's one of the first things that Napoleon, he's still General Bonaparte, but he directs the artillery and you see him in front of a church. It's that church. It's the Church of Saint-Roch. But Tone attends a ceremony. Tom quoted partially Tone at the opera, when they would have had military, it's almost, you know, a little bit Soviet in our minds, the real army on stage, singing the Marseillaise. So this composition of entertainment and a little bit of patriotic indoctrination. But he witnesses a ceremony of young men enrolling to join the army and also to become citizens. And it's in a church that's been deconsecrated, and they have a Statue of Liberty, and we have to imagine red, white, and blue draping. And, you know, they would have covered the Virgin Mary with something or put her in the back. And he's enthralled by this. And the young men enroll, and then they're presented with a sword, and then their mothers and their sweethearts run to them. So there's a gendered aspect very much of women taking part in this. And there are many, many, many little episodes. He likes being seen in his French uniform. It has to be said. He makes a comment, and he says, I went into a church in Cologne, and there were only a few elderly men and women. And you imagine him sitting there, he's obviously in his uniform, you know. So it's also interesting because he goes into mostly Catholic churches until he hits Holland. And you don't know why he goes in there, to sit down because it's warm, out of curiosity, out of some spirituality. And I'll just finish on this point. When he's in the cathedral in Rouen, he mistakes whether the columns are Ionic or or Doric, and then he goes back the next day and he said, I must correct the indignation of a certain diary entry of the day before. In other words, the bishop who put them up, I got it wrong. But then he comments on the preaching about Jonah being in the belly of a whale. How can anyone listen to such abominable nonsense? But he goes to the cathedral 3 days in a row, and it's Easter weekend. And it's his last Easter. What's he doing in a Catholic cathedral at Easter? You have to wonder, if his own ideas about religion and spirituality, and it's an interesting one.
Fergus, talk of Tone always comes to Bodenstown. And before I go to Sylvie on something she wrote in History Ireland on that, I was thinking of you actually on the way here today in Bodenstown, because you're featured in a recent historical documentary called Reds na Éireann, talking about an experience you had at Bodenstown. I suppose Commemoration is always more about the present than it is the past. But you have another great Bodenstown story concerning your family in the days of Moss Toomey and Brendan Behan.
Oh, well, that was 1935, I think. Bodenstown used to be in the 30s. It was basically, it was the IRA's big day out. And in the 1930s, the IRA didn't really do much except have the day out. Bodenstown was a hugely important time for them. They would come together, up to 30,000 of them, from all over. This is before De Valera banned them, just before De Valera banned them. De Valera came to power with the help of the IRA, 31, 32 first two elections. And in fact, one IRA man called Paddy Brown, who I knew, who was president of our union, he boasted afterwards when he was in a Fianna Fáil jail that he voted 46 times for De Valera in the 1931 election. But De Valera unbanned them, and so they could march openly to Bodenstown, and they would march 30,000 strong. And it would get, even in 1935, that parade would get very, very favourable coverage in the Irish press that De Valera hadn't fallen out with the IRA. Anyway, there would be the IRA first, followed by Fianna Éireann, followed by Cumann Amán, followed by Cumann Galini. And my uncle, Micheál, was 12-year-old at the time, and he was with a fella called Tommy Smiler Dowden and Brendan Behan. And the three of them were in their Fianna uniforms. So afterwards they came back to, as you say, Salons, the village of Salons, and Moss Toomey, the chief of staff of the IRA, asked them, would they like a mineral water? And Brendan Behan, who was 12, said, I'd prefer a pint.
But in the recent documentary with Sylvie reviewed in History Ireland, Reds na Éireann, you had a good personal anecdote.
Yeah, myself and my brother is down there, my brother Pádraig's down at the back of the hall there. Myself and Pádraig and my brothers and sisters, we would have gone to Bodenstown every year of our lives. My father would always march to Bodenstown, and my mother and father. So it was a big family outing. And we would meet all our cousins as well. We had all my father's brothers had large families, so we'd all be down. We'd all be down at Bodenstown. But anyway, the first time I came to see, Salons is about 3 miles, maybe a mile and a half, but it's 3 miles both ways. So. But the first time I was old enough to actually go to Town Square from Salons, I marched with the Conley Youth Movement, which was the youth group of the Communist Party at the time. And there was tensions in the Republican movement at the time about the close relationships between the left Republicans and the Communists. So on our way out of the assembly field to Bodenstown, we were attacked by Cumann Amán, who objected to us Reds, and they spat at us one day. They cursed at us and they told us to fuck off back to Moscow. And as I said on the film at the time, it was an Irish language film, the office and downer. I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. It was the best crack I ever had.
Sylvie, when I was reading your article on Bodenstown in History Ireland, you talked about how the current monument is stark, bleak, outdated, unintentionally brutalist. Would I get planning permission today? But it struck me that you kind of view it more as a monument to the 20th century, if I'm right, than the 18th, the inclusion of, for example, Liam Mellows and others in it.
Well, I was helped very much by Christopher's book, which I had sitting on my lap, which I very much recommend you read Christopher's book on Bodenstown. Everyone will pick the period that they know most, or that they have their own members, that they were there themselves. But up until the 1970s, it was still a very small, very neglected, if you wish, but that was part of its charm, churchyard. So when you see the photographs, there's one photograph of a group, I believe Constance Markovitz is standing in it. She also drew the grave of William's, of Tone's grandfather William, where the stone was, and there was a railing around it. So that picture was sold at an auction. It's in a private collection, but if you Google Constance Markovitz's drawing of Bodenstown, they all reference it in their diaries. Kathleen Lynn, Rosamond Jacob, of going out to Bodenstown. As indeed, everyone in this room will remember various family members. But what I object to is when they built the arena in the 1970s, and I understand it in the 1970s context, it was a place of pilgrimage, but of commemorations, all political parties and various groups and youth clubs, whatever, and they needed a platform, a place to speechify. So whatever the cost of, in those days, it's very basic concrete, it's very grey, but you look at an old survey map, it was a traditional churchyard, and there would have been abandoned tombs. It's impossible in the area that was covered with cement that there were not tombs that were covered over. And then there's a message embedded in it. So I can't remember offhand, but the two executed the names of the...
The four executed in December 1922.
But there's two names.
Yeah.
It's...
Lee Mellows, Stick McKee. Lee Mellows,
yeah.
Rory O'Connor.
So it's Mellows and whatever, and then there's a plaque that says, in the name of so-and-so, fight on. No, I'm sorry, that's not acceptable.
It's a monument to the 20th century.
Because in the 1970s, that's militant. And I also think that, you see, that struck me at the Clifford Street graveyard yesterday, how you have neoclassical, some of the United Irishmen, William Sinclair, had money, but they're very simple neoclassical. There's not like in Glasnevin or the angels or the angels falling apart. But you have very simple forms. And in France, when they were trying to replace the Catholic religion, which will eventually be reintroduced, they tried to inaugurate a new form of cemetery where you'd have a saying on the gateway and the door, you're now entering the next world. And obviously all styles at the time were neoclassical. Your furniture, the fashions. And I just see Tone's grave as something more appropriate to that, and maybe the commemorations somewhere else, to the side where you can see it, but something more Roman looking, something purer, and maybe a plaque with the names of all his family members who might be there, his neighbours, the neighbours' neighbours.
Yeah. I'm reminded of Liam Weldon, who would have sang in this room on many occasions, that line, charlatans wear dead men's clothes and rattle dead men's bones. They still do that procession of Bodenstown every year. I have another question for Ronan and Fergus, but first of all, open it to the floor if anyone has any questions or observations. Jim's down the back, and then Frank. Oh, we'll start down there. We're just Jim's first. Mike.
Sylvie, you mentioned something this morning about the use of the term the deity.
Sorry, if you bring the volume level down a bit, folks.
Sorry, Sylvie, you mentioned this morning something about the use of the term the deity among the United Irishmen or in France. The deity.
The use of the term?
The deity, instead of God.
Deism, is it?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Excuse me then. I thought you said something about the use of the term the deity. The deity.
The deity, yeah.
Deity. No, I didn't.
Oh, sorry.
Deity, no, I didn't. But I just, on the point that you made about, the Northern United Irishmen, none of them were brutal atheists. They just believed in, fluid freedom of conscience. Obviously, some of them even spoke of children of different faiths being educated together to help prevent the perpetuation of sectarianism, and we know in Ireland. But United Irishmen, McNevin made that throwaway comment but none of them would have been in favour of brutal de-Christianisation. I think they would have found an accommodation and a space so long as it didn't encroach on political life or identity or natural rights. Jim.
As just a point of information, there is a piece of film about 2 or 3 minutes long, which is of a delegation to Bodenstown in 1922, and Liam Mellows leaving a wreath at Tone's grave. So that was probably one of the reasons why they picked out Mellows.
Very good. Yeah, most of the forecourts garrison actually drove down to Bodenstown, then went back and occupied the building again. Yeah. Which says a lot about no one thinking a civil war was imminent. Ronan, just at the end, you can't separate John Fitzpatrick from the story of Robert Emmet. Yeah. And I remember you telling me about this beautiful expression that Emmet had at the very end of his life, and it's just a lovely use of Latin.
I think I quoted it earlier, but what was this? Emmet is in jail. He's in Kilmainham jail. Prior to his trial, he's been arrested or captured, if you like, in Harold's Cross, and he finds himself in the next cell to his cousin Mason. And at one point, and I assume it's his cousin who reports this later, he says, "In utrum quae paratus," which means I'm ready for either outcome. And that is a line from Book 2 of the Aeneid, where the kind of, if you like, double agent Sinon, who's left behind by the Greeks when they pretend to abandon the siege of Troy, with a view to the Trojans bringing Sinon inside, where he's destined to open the horse. And so Sinon says, I'm ready for either outcome. I'm going to be either succeed or I'm going to be killed. So Emmet quotes that. Emmet went to school in what was called White's Academy in Grafton Street with other very distinguished people like the Duke of Wellington and so forth. And they say that the White himself was a little bit like a senior counsel. He just wrote out fee notes and sent them to the parents. And it was the man who was in charge of the door who taught Emmet some Latin. Now that may be a slander on White.
But Fergus, the last question for you, it's an important question. I know you're, like me, a great admirer of the work of Guy Byner, and he's done so much on the memory of 98, remembering and forgetting and disremembering. I suppose the 98 of 1998 was very different from the 98 of 1898. Father Matthew had disappeared, amongst other things. William Orr, well and truly forgotten, remember Orr. But for you, a lifelong trade union activist and official, and someone who spent a lot of years working on kind of peace and cultural initiatives between Dublin and Belfast, do you see 98 as, I suppose, unique in terms of what it offers in this regard of how we interrogate the past in Ireland?
Yeah, well, one of the things that when I was writing and researching the first book, Descent into Treason, it struck me that all these ideas that I talked about earlier, all these anti-slavery ideas, these pro-democracy ideas, they seem to have grown, to me, they seem to have grown out of a tradition of Ulster Protestantism, that Ulster Protestants had either left behind or forgotten, you know. And one of the things that I tried to do as much as I could, and it was easier to do it a few years ago after the peace process started, I tried to go talk to people in the North of Ireland, specifically people from the Loyalist tradition, to remind them of that tradition, to see how they would respond to it, you know. And a couple of things I found was that they responded very, very well. One of the shocking things I found, and it was probably well-meaning, most young working class loyalists, sorry, put it another way, most working class loyalists, ex-prisoners who I met, and I met them when they were no longer young, had absolutely no knowledge of their own history. And I think it was probably well-meaning by the Stormont government. They didn't want to teach kids a divisive history, so they taught them no history. These kids could tell me about Harold's baking cakes or something, or King Canute. They didn't know about the Siege of Derry. They didn't know about the Battle of the Boyne, and so on. And I think and I think that's one of the reasons why the Loyalist working class are drifting and lost at the moment because they don't have that history. But insofar as the little, and I think we heard some really interesting stuff yesterday from Claire Mitchell about how to reclaim the Enlightenment people, who I'm involved with in a sort of way myself, how they're trying to sort of bridge that gap now in a way. And I think it was a fairly representative group there yesterday. They weren't all Irish nationalists by a long shot. There were a lot of Protestants, a lot of people who considered themselves liberal unionists, and you could see liberal unionists there really warming to the United Irish message. And to be honest with you, that's why I'm in this business. That's what gets me up in the morning.
So friends, I just want to thank everyone on that roundtable, Sylvie Kleinman and Ronan Sheehan, who gave papers today, and Fergus Whelan, who stepped into the breach at the very last minute to take part in this discussion. And I could hear the ghost of my much missed history teacher in school shouting in my ear there, Father Murphy, Father Murphy. He preached of both Father Matthew and Father Murphy. I was far more interested in Father Murphy than Father Matthew. I think, Bill, at the end we go to Fergus Whelan.
We do, after a few brief marketing efforts on behalf of some of the committee members. Fergus, you're going to be in the middle of Tim's cover here. I'm sorry? So before you on the screen, you have a picture of a soon-to-be published book by one of our committee members, Tim Murtaugh. I wanted to take some time to point this out. He's done elaborate and deep research on Irish artisans and radical politics, 1776 to 1820, apprenticeship to revolution. And I haven't read much of it except just a little bit of a preface and an abstract, and it's special stuff. It's going to deconstruct so much about that time and the place and the people that have never been reported on. It really is going to be a hell of a piece of work. Now, secondly, I don't know if you know, but the Berkeley Library renaming process is underway. And I would like to initiate an effort that we began yesterday in Belfast to rename it the Wolfe Tone Library.
Tone Library.
In order to do that, can you scroll the page for me, please?
Can you see it,
There's links at the bottom of this page, and you'll find it on the TCD website, that you can make an application and submit a name and nomination, and we should have a groundswell of efforting going on to have Wolfe's name affixed to that structure. We know he wasn't an abolitionist. I mean, we know he wasn't a slave owner, so I think we're safe there. Now, maybe there's some picadillos somewhere that could disqualify him in a really woke culture down the road, but right now I think we're safe. So make an effort, let's do it. I'm going to tell everybody I know, and we'll see what happens. I mean, can there be a better name? Can you think of a better one? Okay. How about the Jim Smyth Library? Yeah, okay. Right. It's really been an interesting and an exciting day. I thank everybody who efforted to put together those fabulous presentations, and for all of you that were able to sit through this without falling asleep. It is going to continue tomorrow. It'll start at the same time at 12 noon, registration 11. We promise to have coffee there tomorrow. So please show up and help us finish this with the strength and the momentum that we've started it with. Everybody have a great night.
I think Patty hired some reenactors.
Well done, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.